Out on the street chasing wrong from right. Eyes like fire burning through the haze. Truth is a weapon, cuts through the maze. Some call her trouble, some call her brave. Digging up secrets they tried to save. A real deal around town. She's breaking it down, spinning the wheel, exposing the sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her cry. Shadows, they curse her name. Afraid of the spotlight she brings to the game. But the grateful ones, they cheer in the dark for the spark she ignites in their weary hearts. Some call her danger, some call her hope. She's the thin line on the tightrope. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The truth's her crown, yeah.
So hi everybody, we're back again. Another exciting select board meeting. It's going to be an interesting one. I think for the select board, it's going to be another one of those marathon meetings. Their agenda is jam-packed, but thankfully for us and for me, because I am not going to be here for 6 hours, I hope they are going to be here for probably close to that. I'd really like to be a fly on the wall at some of these meetings with the executive session. I'm going to pull up their agenda. I'm going to start with the executive sessions because I tend to talk a lot and I run out of time. Even I gave myself 15 extra minutes, and of course, a few of them are wasted on that intro video. Sorry, I like that video. What do you think? Do you like my intro video? Let me know. I'm not gonna stop using it, so. But anyway, so we have, they have a lot of stuff going on. If you haven't noticed their agenda, which is posted on the Townsend website, it's one of the few things that's helpful on the Townsend website. Let me tell you. Okay, so holy cow, this has got 2 solid pages of agenda items. There's three executive sessions. One is, no big deal, but it's going to be more money. But it's to conduct strategy sessions and preparations for negotiations. Now, this is not negotiations. This is strategy sessions. And for the strategy sessions and preparations for negotiations with the police chief. His contract is up this year, and they are working on that. I'm going to go to the third one first before I go to the second one, because the second one is going to make your blood pressure pop. And I will get to that because when I saw this on the agenda, I lost my mind. Okay. Let's see. The third one is to have collective strategy with respect to collective bargaining on blah, 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 on the ASME Local 93 Clerical Union and the Supervisor Union and the Highway and the Water Union. Now, these are not the chairs of those boards or, yeah, these are the rank and file. Okay. Basically. All right. The second executive session. I'm going to address that we already know. I did this video a couple weeks ago. Feels like it's been months, but it's just recently that the Ethics Commission ruled that David Vigeant, in his position as water superintendent, violated the conflict of interest law by feeding bid information to Gary Shepard in violation of the law, basically guaranteeing him that he was going to win the bid. Oh, and he did. So he was found in violation of the ethics of ethics. So he was fined $10,000. Everybody should take note of this fact because it is going to rear its ugly head over and over again for the months to come, because you're going to notice things about his salary. That's my suggestion. I don't suggest that we're going to see this, but it looks that way, that this town, our town leadership, our select board does not believe that any law applies to them. That Townsend should be exempt from all ethics laws, any laws, name it. Public records law, the open meeting law, conflict of interest law, we should be completely exempt. And this is their belief. They have said it. They have said it about all of those things. And the Townsend First policy is the proof. Proof. So anyway, I'm going to read this to you. Executive session pursuant to the open meeting law, blah, 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 to conduct strategy sessions and preparations for negotiations with non-union personnel and contract negotiations with non-union personnel, water superintendent. So he's just been found in violation of the law, fined $10,000. Now they're in negotiations with him. How much do you think, this is a question, I don't have the answer. How much do you think of a raise they're going to give him? Because they're not meeting to discuss suspending him or giving him a letter of reprimand. This is contract negotiations, which means extending his contract, renewing his contract, and giving him a raise. How much you want to bet it's going to be at least $10,000. If they do, I think ethics is coming straight for them. Heads will roll, and there may be jail sentences. We've already talked about Gary Shepard, and I didn't even go over this agenda. I got 5 minutes, but we're concerned about Gary Shepard's ethics appearance. His lawyer appeared at the pre-hearing conference, and it was him, his lawyer. Gary's lawyer is the one who brought up the concerns about federal indictments because he's accused by the Ethics Commission of committing felonies, federal ones. And his own lawyer is trying to figure out how to tap dance around this without exposing his client to federal indictment, which would mean jail time. That was his own lawyer. I didn't make that up. I did the video a week or so ago. Watch it. So this is not a joke, people. This is not Townsend should have exemptions from the law. This is how this town is being operated. And they're doing contract negotiations with him too, just not tonight. I don't think the town, if the select board decide, the ethics commission wants to fine Gary Oberm $5 million. I dare the select board to put on a town meeting agenda that we want to pay Gary $5 million in order to compensate him for the railroading or the witch hunt that the ethics commission is going after him with. Oh, no. Go ahead, ladies. Go ahead. I dare you. All right. I'm going to get off my soapbox on that issue, but that's a problem. Wait, pay attention. You got to pay attention. All right. In case you didn't remember, next Monday, there's a town election, municipal election. Vote. There's some honest people running. Okay, tonight, they're going to start off, well, I don't know if they're starting off, but they've got this agenda that has the preliminary stuff. Then it has having a joint meeting with the Neshoba Valley Technical District School Committee, appointing committee of the Neshoba Valley Tech, in order to reappoint Sheldon Chapman for a 3-year term. Okay, that's nice. Then they're going to have, all right, yeah, that's at 5:45. That's an hour from now. All right, whatever. So these are just on the agenda. Okay, 6 o'clock, they're going to have a joint meeting with the audit committee, the finance committee, and the select board to do the fiscal year 25 audit review with the auditor, Rosellian Clark. I want to get a copy of that audit. Of course, the town administrator is going to say he doesn't have one. No such document exists. That's the new play. They're not giving, those of you that are trying to appeal documents, the town is ignoring the appeals. They're not, just whatever. The only way to get a public record now is to go to court to get it. And I'm preparing to do that. So anyway, appoint Rob Foster as per diem van driver for the senior center with effective start date. Okay, that's no big deal. Appoint select board. This is very interesting. I think this is completely inappropriate to be on this agenda since we have an election next week. Why don't you wait and see who else is going to be on the board before you do this item? This is 5.4. Appoint a select board member to the Affordable Housing Trust effective 4/28, the day after the election, until 4/26/2027. Now, they want to make sure that it's one of them, that it's going to, because Veronica's leaving. It's Lori Schifrin and Valerie Goodrich. They want to make sure that if Harrison wins, that he's not going to even be part of the decision-making process. They want it to be one of them. And they don't want to even have a conversation about it after next week. So this is just not done. This is horrifying to me. And it really pisses me off as a voter, as a member of this community, and as a taxpayer. Although being a taxpayer, I'm going to give a little sidebar here that living in Townsend is not all about being a taxpayer. The things that the budget has to be paid for by the taxpayers. Tenants aren't directly, they are indirectly, and they'll argue that, and they should argue this, but they're indirectly paying for the property taxes that their landlords are paying. So they have a voice because they're registered voters and live in this town. And we can't just strictly hold our voices higher as property owners who are paying taxes directly. We can't just say it's all on us, and those non-property taxpayers don't have a voice. They have an equal voice. And I want to take this opportunity to encourage and invite everybody, tenants of every type. If you're renting a residence, an apartment, a room, a studio, I don't know, if you're eligible to register to vote, please do. And then vote in municipal elections, because there's a saying in politics, and it's all politics or local. Get involved. All right, the select board are going to start any moment. Okay, I got to get on the stick here. I haven't been, I'm slipping again. Oh, there it is. Gosh, where are you? Okay, is it up on the screen? No. I'm going to add to stage so you can see what I see. I'm going to do a, that didn't work. There it is. I'm going to do it this way until they come in. Oh, so let's quickly go down here. Anyway, so I'm upset about this number 5.4. 5.5, purchase proposal of Adobe Acrobat, it's Adobe Acrobat Pro edition of users plan update. This is poorly written, but they want to upgrade some of the Adobe account so that more users can use it, and which is absolutely necessary. But this also brings me to, I'm going to do, that's no, but this is okay, but it's going to cost money, but we do need that Adobe Acrobat, the Pro edition, which I have personally by my own choice. It costs me about $20 a month. I don't use it as often. It's really, some would say I'm wasting my money, but I really like it. When I do use Adobe, I really like Pro because I can do things that I can't do if I have the free edition. Those things that you sit around and say, gee, I wish I could do this in this PDF. Well, you can. If you get the Pro edition, you can. All those things that you complain about.
Hi, TCAM, can you hear us?
All right.
This meeting is being recorded.
I guess they're going. All right. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Schiffer, and I will call the meeting of the Select Board of April 21st, 2026 at 4 p.m. Roll call. Veronica Cal present. Better Goodrich present. And Laura Schiffer present. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to thank all of our veterans and all of our service members here and abroad, as well as all of our emergency response individuals, our staff, and all of our appointed and elected officials, as well as your families. We appreciate all of your service to our town. The meeting is being recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube. Is anyone else recording? Hearing none.
Should we ask Cindy if she's recording, if she may not be listening at the moment?
She may not be. She probably has us on. She's live.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll just assume she's recording.
Yeah. Okay. The minutes of 4/7/2026. Is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to accept the meeting minutes of April 7th, 2026.
Veronica Cal second. And I have some discussion.
Yes, I have some changes.
Okay.
So I don't know if
did
you
send them?
guys already sent them in.
I had a few, but which ones?
Mine were the OPEB study contract is $4,750, not $47,500. I about rolled on that one. Okay.
That was not one of the ones that I got.
The vote on the second reading of the social media policy, my minutes show that you abstained and I voted yes, and it's reverse in the minutes. And the last one that I'm going to give is, it says that the motorcycle donation came from Harbor Freight when it actually came from Harbor Auto Body.
Body.
So those are my three.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to include edits as read by Veronica Cal.
Okay.
I will second that
Okay.
addendum.
Okay, you've accepted. Okay, you've accepted the edits, actually. Okay, any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, roll call vote,
Veronica
As
Cal,
amended?
aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
and Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you. If it pleases the board, I would like to go down and take care of 6.1,
It's the first part of 6.1.
the first part of 6.1, which is the posting
Oh,
of
the
the
town meeting
special town
warrant.
meeting. The special part,
Oh, just the special part.
Mhm.
Just the special part.
because that has
Okay,
to be posted like right away.
Yeah.
So I will screen share. Just give me 1 second. So this is in regards to Townsend's sort of tradition to have a special town meeting within your annual town meeting. For this year, it's truly just to cover the snow and ice deficit for the current fiscal year 2026 deficit. We had hoped to have it under $310,000. It came in just a smidge over at $312,817. And before you, as well as the SharePoint, is the special town meeting warrant for us to sign now. And then maybe while you guys are doing one other thing, I'll raise it down to the town clerk's office so they can get in touch with the officer to have it posted today. Because we're within the 2-week window to satisfy that.
I make a motion, if you want to, sorry. I make a motion to accept the special town meeting warrant article for May 5th, 2026 at 7:05 PM as presented.
Is there a
Veronica Cal,
second?
second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote,
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
and Laura Schifrin, aye.
Do we have, yeah.
We've got it right here, so we'll go Lori to Valerie and then to Veronica, and I'll raise it downstairs. So
I can read that. If you guys want to keep going.
either or, yeah. And for those watching our agenda, that's just our first part of the 6.1. We just wanted to make sure we got that on the docket.
Right back.
So again, my intent, if it pleases the board, is to continue with the old business. Well, no, I'm not. I'm gonna take care of, I'm gonna go to 5.3
Excellent. Yep. Okay.
because we have 5:45. My intent is to get almost all the business done before we enter into the joint meetings.
That's
And
great.
then, and have everything done so that we can go into executive and not return.
Love that idea.
Okay.
5.3, as we jump around a little bit, is appointing Mr. Rob Foster as the per diem van driver for the Townsend Senior Center with an effective start date of May 15th. He's gone through the other obligations of hiring, and his appointment is before you.
Is there a motion?
Have I agreed to appoint Rob Foster as per diem van driver for the Townsend Senior Center with an effective start date of May 15th, 2026?
Is there
Veronica Cal, second.
any discussion?
Thanks, Rob.
Okay. Roll call vote,
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
and Laura Schifrin, aye.
Excellent.
5.4,
5.4 is before the select board to appoint someone to join the Affordable Housing Trust as your current select board member is finishing up her term as select board.
and does that have to be done immediately?
It does.
The next meeting is the 30th. We have an RFP out.
Correct.
We have so the next meeting of the Housing Trust is 30th of April. I'll post it. You should make it effective the 27th of April,
Yeah.
or 28th, yeah,
The day after.
yeah, the 28th.
It's up to you, but I've been doing the housing stuff. If you want me to do it, I can do it.
If you want to do housing, and then if it's, we can switch if it's too much or anything, but that's fine with me.
Okay. I mean, it's in my wheelhouse. Or do you want to?
No, I've been doing more of the budget stuff and everything, and if you want to keep in the housing
You have a
realm,
plate as well as I do.
we can kind of,
We all
I'm
do,
fine
actually.
and bring anything back to us, because, I mean, I obviously support the initiative, so
I'll entertain a motion.
I've agreed to move to appoint Laura Schifrin as the select board.
Of the select board to the Affordable Housing Trust.
The select board to the Affordable Housing Trust effective April 28th, 2026 through April 26th, 2027.
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay,
Call
roll
for the
call
vote.
vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Jai.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you, next.
Next, 5.5 is Adobe Acrobat Pro purchase proposal. There are some materials in SharePoint in regards to this. Adobe Pro, or, as we all use PDFs for our computers and such, they now charge a subscription. We are currently looking at, with Sabrina's help, getting Adobe Acrobat Pro, and we get sort of 10 user licenses. The cost is about $3,600 for the year, about $300 a month. We probably use professional services or dues and memberships bucket for this. It is something that you have some staff members consuming on their own. Like I have it for my own personal stuff.
It's 2,000 a month?
$3,600 for the year,
For the year,
$300 a month.
making it 3,600 each.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good price compared to what
It
I
is
pay
three-
on mine, and I don't even know what I'm doing with it.
Yeah, Sabrina was pretty good with sort of asking them to work with us and come up with a pretty fair number. I think it's just a product you have to have. It's like Microsoft Office now. You have to have it on everyone's computer, or you have membership so people can sign in and use their documents and then sign out, and another user could sign in. I wish there was a better way.
So this will cover fiscal year
27,
27?
correct, yeah.
Okay, with that, I'm good, because it really isn't budgeted in for
Correct.
27. So, yeah, but if this
Mhm.
goes through fiscal year 27, I'm good.
Yeah,
I think you need it.
we do, yeah.
So,
Is there a motion?
I've agreed to move to approve the purchase proposal for Adobe Acrobat Pro, including the addition of users and plan update as presented.
Veronica Kell, second. So will each department get a license? Is that what you plan to do?
Yeah, if you look in the folder, there was a department list.
I
Um,
I mean, it wasn't there.
Oh, well,
Years
it may have
ago.
been,
10,
there's-
that's right.
it's 10 licenses. I thought it was supposed to be next. I know her and I
Well,
were.
It
you know,
is now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
okay.
now.
So, initially we thought, oh, does police need one? No, police probably has their own because they have their own documents. Same with like fire, water, so we kind of pulled them off the list. We did, select board, we did one for land use. Departments of that nature that will
Okay.
run into it from time to time, but won't be using it, open-ended all day long. So, but those with revolving funds, this would be a revolving fund expense. So like recreation, if they needed one, they could use their revolving fund to procure it. So
Okay,
Clerk used too, maybe?
yeah, we love the clerk.
they could, but they may have their own, sort of fund to keep it. I think he was on our list though, they were on our list, so.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Jai.
Laura Schifrin, aye. 5.6. Val, did you want to?
I think it was, trying to remember the date now. It's all a blur, week and a half, 2 weeks ago. The conservation had a presentation by the Townsend Trails Association, which is a new nonprofit that was formed by a couple very ambitious individuals in Townsend, longtime residents. Trying to kind of fill a need, understanding that the town doesn't have a lot of resources to maintain its trails, and so trying to provide that service for the town. Some of the people who are part of that have previously volunteered with conservation and gotten approval to work on the trails. So now they have an official nonprofit, and that's been established. It's already, all stamped approval, Massachusetts. So this is, the presentation that they made to conservation. They would like to start by improving meeting house trails, and conservation is in agreement with that. And they're looking, to do it as soon as possible, pretty much. Good
Discussion.
Yeah, I can discuss a lot here.
Okay.
I looked at their map and I added my own there's a trail that goes up from here to Highland Street.
Yep.
I would like to see that as part of what they do, so that they maintain that entrance into the loop trails as well as from the top of Meeting House Hill. I want to make sure that they coordinate with North County Land Trust before they hit the Land Trust trails on the right. I don't expect that they will, because they're only looking for the town
Yeah. That's,
property.
right now, I mean, they saw this as a starting for potential future partnerships, but they would work with the individual holders.
I
It
would,
would be at the state, or if it's not a specific town property, they're not there yet.
I would like to see something in their plan that shows that they regularly coordinate with the Conservation Commission. And this volunteer agreement needs to be vetted by town council before it's put out there, so I wouldn't approve it unless it was vetted. I think it's a great idea. I really do. This is very much needed.
It's really needed.
I would like to see where they map the trails. Howard Stein, I watched the Conservation Commission, by the way. Howard Stein is on all trails. I know, because
Yeah.
I put it there.
There's also,
After
I think I
GPS.
yeah, I found that MRPC map of all trails too in Townsend.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But if you look at what Pepperell has or what Groton has for their trails, it would be nice to have something like that.
So I
and
think this is a great
as-
opportunity.
It is an opportunity. I would just make sure that it wasn't like, yeah, go off and do it yourself. And as far as volunteers go, the people that helped the Land Trust build trails up until 2022 was service learning at the high school. And those were wonderful groups to work with. The students were excellent, and they have tools at the high school. They came with tools, hand tools, rakes and, shovels and you name it. They also helped us paint markers on the trails, the blue blazes. It was Ray Jackson who taught them how to do it, and he is no longer with us.
So I should mention that to them.
They were a wonderful group to work with, and they were very enthusiastic. Sometimes their parents would come. We had similar things to this that they would sign. So anyway, great trail maintenance volunteers, and very enthusiastic.
Good.
So I would add that to that. I think this is okay. I would just like, I would just like to see some sort of coordination with the Conservation Commission.
I think the intention before they started anything was obviously for us to figure out what we're doing, and then for them to have site walks with conservation.
It does say work under conservation guidance book. What does that mean? So anyway, anyhow,
So for now, we don't have docs to actually approve unless they're vetted,
right.
updated and vetted.
I was just looking for, I mean, that's already a fairly good working, I don't think we have something that we can work with.
Yes.
No, the volunteer reform that was used last time.
I would just make sure that it's vetted,
I didn't want to do that until I had your guys.
because there was a whole
Okay.
I think it's a
thing
good
with
idea.
this,
Yeah.
with that. Years ago.
So I just wanted to get your guys' support before I went to did any of that, so.
So if the second half was the snowmobilers, and I have different comments with that, and I'm not seeing that here.
No, that's
The
not,
trail
that
guys,
this is just
if
the
it's,
Townsend Trail
if
Association.
it's human powered, I'm good.
Yeah, that's
If
all they
there's
were.
anything beyond that, then different set of thoughts.
That's all this was at this point.
Okay,
So,
How do you want to word that, since you're so good?
sometimes,
wording things.
Let's put me on the spot, Lori. I make a motion, I evaluated to make a motion for the select board to,
Endorse moving
Yeah.
forward.
endorsement, you can make it.
Chairs don't make motions. They're not supposed to.
Oh, they can.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to.
I
It's a
evaluated
facilitator position, not a directive. No, not yet.
Oh, this is a regular meeting?
Yep. We started at 4. You guys are at 6, I think, with the audit.
We have a
Yeah, but-
5:45
Or
joint.
5:45.
And when are you gonna do old business? After, like, everything will be in a row?
Yeah, we're going through section 5 right now, new business.
And we're trying to get everything done before the joints.
Okay.
So
because I
before
wanted
6.
to be here for 6.1.
We're done with 6.1.
We did
Half
the
of it.
first
Well, we
part of
did half
6.1
of it.
for approving
the
the special
special.
town meeting warrant, and we'll do the rest of it later on, so
Oh,
it'll be a little bit, so
after 6?
Oh, no.
We don't know.
probably a
I'll
half
hang
hour.
around in a little bit.
Oh,
I'm trying to go through everything before we joint at 5:45.
Right,
Okay,
okay.
well, our first joint is at 5:45, and the one with you, I think, is at 6.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with audit and capital and finance, right?
Okay, so where were we?
Sorry,
Okay.
I thought we were pretty good with the endorsement of,
I evaluated to move that the select board endorse the, partnership between Conservation Commission and the Townsend Trails Association and, assist with, legal requirements as needed.
are you good
Do you
with that
wanna-
second, or would you like to
Um,
add something?
Pending
With the pending review of the volunteer agreement.
And well, and there's also gonna have to be an agreement with Townsend Trails Association.
Yeah, so I guess
Pending review
we
by council with
endorse
the
the
towns.
rough draft. I think I would,
Okay.
Okay.
what's here, and we look forward to seeing
Yeah.
the agreements between the association and conservation and the volunteers
Sounds
and,
good.
the association.
That's good. So it's motioned in second, any
Oh,
further
well, I'm a
discussion?
second now.
Okay,
That's fine.
okay,
Was that the motion?
No, that's great.
Okay, so are you the motioner?
Yep.
yes,
Okay, I'm the seconder.
okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Val good check.
And Laura Schifrin, I think that's great, it's great effort.
We're gonna have to listen to the tape to get the motion.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Sabrina's good at that. Sure.
I think we're gonna remember it. 5.7, excuse me?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I was here, you guys are gonna be talking about the meeting room, did I miss that?
Haven't done that yet.
We haven't done that yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Okay. 5.7, recycling center attendant.
Yep, so we recently, previously approved the recycling center attendant 2 position. We learned after the fact that it's supposed to be a recycling attendant 1 position. So we would be asking for your approval for the recycling attendant 1 position, full well knowing that they have a potential person in mind who may grow into the recycling attendant 2 position. But just to follow the process along, currently, we want to make sure we okay the recycling attendant 1 position. They still have to get the FinCom thumbs up for that, just to make sure we're following our hiring freeze concept correctly. So, your motion would be move to approve the recycling attendant position 1, subject to finance committee approval.
We're not naming anybody. for the
Nope,
position.
because there's a
Just the
posting,
job
there's a
position.
This is
process.
the posting.
Because of the hiring freeze. Okay,
I evaluated to move to approve the posting and hiring of a recycling center attendant 1 position, subject to finance committee approval.
Veronica Kell,
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
aye. Veronica Kell, aye.
Val good check.
Laura Schifrin, 5.8.
5.8, just as we're shifting from the recycling attendant position, thought it was a good time to quickly take a look at our solid waste and recycling enterprise fund budget. That group has been working hard with the Board of Health you know, with their first year as their enterprise fund, you know, for trash services in town, as well as recycling center and management. I think, yeah, I'm going to screen share in just one second, but we will take a look at sort of what they're proposing. You know, it's really their budget to share, and sort of take it from there. But you know, I think it's important for us to take a look at all these different things. You know, they are looking at a current subsidy or a shortfall for this coming year. Having sat with FinCom, that doesn't come as a surprise, because sometimes your first year as an enterprise fund can take a little bit of takes a little bit of time and momentum to get rolling. But I did think it was important for the select board to be aware of how that fund is doing. When you think of their shortfall this year, they do have some coverage from the stabilization kickoff or boosting fund, however you want to define it. It was not a loan; it was a, you know, stabilization vote to ensure that this program got its legs off the ground. But yeah, just thought it was good for you guys to take a look at the different factors here that are before you. So. Any questions?
Yeah. Yes, I have questions. More on FY26 and on FY27.
Okay.
I'm curious as to how the 160 in stabilization hasn't been spent, yet they project spending $626,794 on Shaw's alone. That's just the waste services. I would be really curious to go over the FY26 numbers, because what I see is a shortfall of almost 16K.
Correct.
For FY26. And I thought that incorporated the startup fund, because the startup, which was stabilization. So I watched the Board of Health meeting too, and I heard someone say, oh, the 160 stabilization hasn't been spent. And I'm curious as to how on earth they paid for the July and August pickup without that. And so I think that this enterprise fund needs a look.
So I agree with you there. I have not spent a lot of time on your enterprise fund for solid waste. Very, very little time, to be honest. I don't know if there's a liaison to that group, and if any of them.
I'm a liaison to Board of Health.
Okay, but what about like the enterprise fund itself?
I don't know.
Is that sort of a dotted line? Okay.
I'm not the math wizard.
Yeah.
Veronica is.
So
I count on that.
yeah, I too have some reservations in terms of how the spending is being done.
Would it be worth a sit down between the accountant and?
So the accountant has spent a lot of time with them already and has come back with me with some reservations on sort of how the spending's going and just sort of the sustainability of the practice. You know, if they're 15K short this year, looking at 60K short next year, you've got $75,000, you're left to what, 90 or so thousand left for the next year after that? How are they ensuring viability?
If that is accurate.
If in fact the stabilization funds have not been spent, but if I look at the BVA for
The whole thing got shifted over.
October, yes. And so it's a little bit of fuzzy math in there. And it may be okay. I just have failed to see it, which doesn't mean it's not okay. It just means that it's not obvious. And if we're in the hole for next year and it goes up again the following year.
Well, it's not clear to me, is there a plan to incrementally increase the bag charge to help offset some of that subsidy? Because you know, like
I don't think that's
just thinking the
this year.
federal government, you just have to keep subsidizing, like there's only, the dollar just loses its value. I mean, right, there's a whole sort of economic theory that will begin to impact this
The
structure.
discussion I heard was they were going to increase the sticker fee and hope to reduce the bag fee.
For next
That's what I
year,
heard.
that doesn't work.
Yeah, just, yeah, math wise, that would be a real,
Increasing the sticker
It said,
fee, yeah.
I'm on the
Everything was
budget,
maybe, it
but I thought
wasn't
it
said,
said
but that
here,
was a discussion.
I thought it said here that the bag fee was staying the same
It
for
does
next,
say
for this
that
year.
in
in
the
this
FY
proposed,
27
yeah,
yes,
stuff.
proposed.
Yeah, it does say that.
Well,
There's also a grant that they got 21,000 this year, 21,000 next year, and then it drops off.
Mhm.
So
That's
there, so that puts it,
There was
all
a,
said and done, you're probably gonna be, including the increase, this is in FY 28, the third year of the
Mhm.
program. You're gonna be at least 100,000 in the hole.
Correct.
Between the grant, the increase in Shaw's, and the deficit,
The current, and based off current projections for future years.
yeah.
and we can't afford to pick up that.
no, I mean, I guess,
You know, enterprise funds, you know, stepping back a bit, do take a few years to get rolling. Your FinCom, I think, has been, you know, sort of acutely aware of the monthly numbers that have come in and out. You know, I think, you know, this time next year, you'd be really having a strong conversation with Board of Health about, is this truly viable? Is, you know, do you have another year in you? Because, you know, and based on current math, without an increase in, you know, bag costs or shifting some things around in the budget, I don't see it.
is it even a mid-year next year conversation when we're looking at long-range planning and financials? That,
But it's an enterprise
Yeah,
fund, so the
no, it's
financials
separate,
aren't on the town.
separate, but give them
Yeah.
time.
But they are on the town, because if there is a deficit, it's this board that has to see how it's paid.
Well, dependent upon the contract with Shaw, and it just be that as of, you know, the end of April, you're no longer picking up for people, they've got to figure it out on their own.
You have to give them maybe 2 months' notice, you have to read the contract,
Okay,
but there
It was kind of
is
like-
a,
There's a
there,
out,
yeah, there is an out clause, but you have to give them enough notice so that you have enough funds in the enterprise account to pay for the pickups that have already occurred.
Mhm.
So,
I think they should know that midway.
so I
They should
think
be able to
it's
give more
something,
than 2 months notice.
you wanna look maybe 3 or 4 months in and see where it is.
Well, quarterly is not a bad look either,
And,
especially the first quarter, because that's when they take in the most money.
well,
I would say, you know, see how the stickers go this year. See what's happening, look at, I was just saying, Paul, 'cause you'd have a couple months in, and you're doing a lot of.
might be a fall
it's a
town
fall
meeting
thing,
discussion,
yeah.
Yeah,
it's a fall
for
thing.
sure.
because maybe it's an opportunity for Board of Health to market themselves, but also sort of share with the town, you know, in sort of a report, say, here's what we're seeing.
Long-range outlook.
You know, folks, we may have to increase your bag, cost a few more dollars, or however, we're gonna make it work. And is the town sort of responsive to that, discussion? I
Or
think,
they sell more stickers than last year,
well,
and they're good.
yeah, they've
but
done
we
a
don't know that.
fantastic job, being a great cost option in the area. I just think costs have gone up. You know, we're seeing inflation everywhere, fuel surcharges, you know, you're gonna start to see stuff really, get competitive when it comes to those, numbers, so. But really the point here was to bring this to your attention, and sort of share with you what we've received from the Board of Health, in terms of, budgets and outlook, and, you know, go from there.
They're supposed to start their sticker sales in June,
Okay,
effective July 1st.
Yeah.
So we'll deal with it then.
you know, I do have questions just on that page 1 with their budget, you know, I do have to take some time to catch up with the Board of Health and perhaps attend one of the meetings just to understand all the makeups of these different items, because some of the costs seem a little high to me. I just want to understand the current spend down and how they got to these numbers, and so on. So,
Yeah, I take care, Karen, when you get there, the administrative stipend versus indirect administrative. I was just that distinction, which is which, but because that directly affects our incoming.
well, and you also have a Board of Health admin who is compensated by the
Yeah,
town, but
by the-
is
I think
also
it's-
being compensated here.
Yeah.
Those are questions at a different level to understand. So sort of go from there.
That,
The
that's
indirect is what we
conversation
pay.
here, so can we drop the, like, how is this working?
Mhm.
There's an MOU.
emails and stuff from last summer.
Mhm.
So no real voting matter here, just
right.
bringing it to your attention and probably a good summer task to review and
Yeah.
get this under our belt properly.
Do you have, contract?
I think they're online.
Yeah, they're online.
They're on the vendor part of the contract, so I think.
Okay, that brings us to 5.9. To choose an MOU releases draft. Oh, that's for tip.
Yep.
Comment period.
This was more just for something for you guys to take a look at.
I saw it, but I'm not ready to give a recommendation or anything on it.
It's just for public
Comment,
comment. They
yeah.
already have their list all set up for what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I know,
the
we're not
next
in
5
it either.
years.
Yeah, and
No,
the
well,
thing, I noticed we weren't, okay, so we're not in for 2027 to 2031, and we had no projects for 2022 to 2020.
no,
No.
we haven't been on the
We're
tip
like-
forever.
We're
No.
just
Um,
not even,
But it's a process, there's a whole process, and I think the
I've been on
corridor
it.
analysis that you guys are
Yeah.
gonna attend is, one way
That's
to
true,
start
right.
looking at that, because we have this intersection, we have the one down by the high school that isn't in our town.
Mhm.
yeah,
Um,
part of it is though.
The intersection, well, the right
The
in
whole
front of the
thing,
high
yeah.
school, but
Groton,
as far
Pepperell,
as the
Townsend.
intersection of Proctor.
Yeah.
And we've been trying to do that forever, and getting on the tip is a whole process.
Mhm.
But I think we have all the relevant, or not relevant stuff.
So I've been attending those meetings for 3 years, because when I was chair of MRPC. And every single time there was a report, like there's something in Shirley, there's something in Air, everything gets pushed out. They don't have the funding. Well, and it gets pushed out. It does not get addressed within the time frame that it's,
Well, they juggle it,
Yeah.
because things change over time and costs change, and it depends on how
It just
much
seems
funding
like
they
that
have.
center part seems to get, when I looked at the map of towns and
we're never in it.
where they're
Yeah,
all from,
everything
everything,
along
it's all in that
Route
nice
2,
little Route 2, and we
yeah,
just
everything
never,
along Route 2
never
gets
get.
priority.
Right.
That is true. But
I mean, I personally like
Even
to see
at
us
the
to,
Gardner.
Yeah.
They've had, so.
whatever we can do to help
Anyway.
with the high
Yeah.
school the next year or two.
All right, that was
But they did
information
do
only.
up on 31, the Rotary,
In Ashby.
in
Oh, yeah, in
Ashby,
Ashby.
that was on the tip.
Yeah,
It probably took 5 years.
I like it too,
Yeah, I thought it was a good idea.
but I can't pick, and I would love to see that down there, but I can't picture how they would work it. I can't picture how they're gonna work a roundabout there.
Oh, I think
I
they could.
can, I do
I
that
think
intersection
so.
multiple times a day.
No, I know that. And how
I'm
much
just
would they
being-
have to take away? And I don't care, but you're still taking,
Oh, yeah, it would
talking
be-
about eminent
Yes,
domain.
they're gonna be taking some corners there.
Yeah,
I
but it
think
would slow
the
down,
main entrance for buses in and out of the high school should be on Proctor Road,
oh,
not on 119. That's what makes sense to me.
yeah, well, that too,
Part of the whole thing.
that
But
too.
anyway, so if anybody ever gets a chance to throw it out there, just say, Veronica Townsend.
Well, it was stated in this meeting.
You can bring it as a public comment.
Right,
Oh, good.
okay, 5.10,
5.10 is in regards to a citizen petition that will come before you at the annual town meeting. It first has to go to the planning board, so this is your opportunity to share any comments or no comments if you don't have any for the 3 citizens petitions that will be discussed at public hearing. Now is your time to deliberate.
Because I was on the planning board when these were placed, and so were you.
Mhm.
Okay, so,
we have the
my comment-
bylaw already.
I'll step back just really quickly. For those listening at home, this is in regards to 3 warrant articles that were citizens petitioned for changing the buffer zone related to medical marijuana within the town of Townsend.
And it also changed
Cultivation.
cultivation
Cultivation, yes.
requirements. So this is, do you want my overall comments? I wrote my comments here, and
Yeah.
then I'll talk about other things, but I could do it at the public meeting on Monday. on the night before the town meeting as well. I would prefer that zoning bylaw changes come from the planning board as opposed to a citizen petition. Therefore, I request the planning board not recommend these articles and suggest that the citizen petitioners work with the planning board, not through an annual town meeting vote to make a zoning change. These are zoning changes and they affect the whole town. So that's my overall comment for the planning board. I would want to see maps for that 100-yard buffer. So if citizen petitioners are listening, they should be making some maps that show where there are two of the articles that they're changing the map, and there's a contradiction in one of them. Article 2 says they want to replace it with general, any medical marijuana treatment center or marijuana cultivation activities permitted shall be located in the industrial zoning district or outlying commercial district. But I think it's by right in all districts if you look at Article 3. So there's an inconsistency, I believe, in this. Secondly, the Article 3 changes, it drops, let me get the wording here. It drops that it is, let me get this in there. It drops the sentence, cultivation of marijuana or marijuana-based products shall not be considered an agricultural use. That is in the current bylaw, and here is why. If it is an agricultural use, they can put it in Chapter 61, which lowers property taxes to almost nothing. So you have a marijuana cultivation facility in an industrial district that is paying minimal taxes to the town. And that is why that sentence is in there. It is less beneficial to the town and more beneficial to the grower, if in fact that sentence is dropped from the bylaw. So I personally totally oppose dropping that sentence. So I think that's Article 3. I personally would vote no to that for those reasons. It is not beneficial to the town.
So town council has not reviewed the warrant articles because they were citizen petition.
Not for content, no.
No, so that's there to speak of, but I agree with you that the zoning, the bylaws were done by the planning board when we were on it, and they want to affect zoning changes within the bylaws, and they should work. I agree with your position that they should be working with the plan in conjunction with the planning board rather than trying to do it this way. But because it was a citizen petition, it has to be on the warrant.
Right. So, anyway, so that's my analysis of the situation, and if you want my comment.
I mean, this is your opportunity to share any feedback for the citizen and, you know, as a board, either make a designation or not.
I mean, I would take the planning board's recommendation on this one.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we've made our recommendation.
No, I won't take that. I would want me personally.
No, I think the comment should go in there because I agree with what you said. The comment regarding the process.
Yeah.
That they should be dealing with the planning board who creates and changes bylaws.
Zoning bylaws, yeah.
So my point was, is if the planning board says we agree with these changes, I as a select board member would say the planning board agreed with that. That's what I was saying. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
I don't think the planning board has agreed with that.
I'm not saying they did. I'm saying if they did, I as a select board member would not go. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I was saying I would take the planning board's
If the planning
recommendation.
board had come forward with these 3 articles, my
different.
response would be different. And I think the content of the articles may or may not be different, but
Yeah.
I would want
And they would have been reviewed by town council. But this is a citizen's
And
petition, so
and
it
if
was
it
not.
does go, if it gets passed, I hope the planning board will work with to make sure it's done in the way that.
well, let me pass this down to Lauren. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I agree with that, and I'm good with that comment.
The side stuff, you don't have to pay
Right.
attention to so much.
Just the
That's other
comment about
stuff.
the
That's the
process.
agricultural.
That's all, that's all that would be coming from us. We're not telling them to change it, we're not telling them to go this way or that way.
Oh, yeah,
We
okay,
just
that's
think
fine.
the
That's fine.
process,
That's fine.
okay?
Yep.
So I'm good with adding that to our comment, Karen, and that's what I'll sign.
Just the very bottom.
And make
When
it
it
a
gets
week.
sent.
Don't turn that in.
Mhm.
No,
Well, you have the blank form in here.
do I?
You
You
do.
can copy it at the end.
I'll take care of it. With your permission, with the board's permission, that is what our comment will be,
Do you want a motion?
please.
I move that we, use the comment that Ms. Kell provided for the marijuana zoning citizen petition back to the planning board.
As their referral, okay? Is there a
Veronica
second?
Kell, second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote,
Veronica Kell, aye.
Fire Chai?
and Laura Schifrin, aye. So now, we will go to the rest of 6.1, because
Yes.
we are now done until we get to the 5:45. So hopefully we're done in this next hour with, all of this.
Yes. So 6.1, how would you want me to start with the budget, or would you want me to start with the annual town meeting warrant?
Annual town
Meeting warrant.
Excellent. I will bring this up on the screen share here.
Did SharePoint just crash on your day?
No, I'm
Okay.
still doing it.
I'll get back in.
It,
No,
it's a
finicky.
little bit.
Okay, I'm back.
So here is your annual town meeting warrant. You know, I can walk through each article. You know, the goal here would be, if you have any questions, ask your questions. We can make any modifications. We'd have to have a meeting next week if you wanted to make any grand changes. But this has been reviewed by town council, and you know, the wording's been cleaned up, and the thought process has been cleaned up. So I'll walk through each article. Many of them will be similar to what you've seen in prior years. Some will open a can of worms for discussion. So first one article is just
Can I
report.
ask you a couple questions? Is this with changes accepted?
I believe so.
This
I'm
has
asking, I
been
don't know.
reviewed by town council now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and this is set to go. I'd like to do one at a time and just go through it.
Okay.
And approve each one as we pass it, okay?
Yep, Article 1, to see if the town will hear to vote the reports of boards, committees, or commissions, or take any action in relation thereto.
No problem, normal. Are we good?
Yes.
Yep.
Article 2,
Article 2, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appoint all town officers unless other provisions are made by Massachusetts general law, by town charter, or by a vote of the town, or take any other action in relation thereto.
also that's typical. We good? Veronica?
Yes.
Okay, 3,
Article 3, to see if the town will vote to elect 3 members to the James H. Tucker Trust Fund Committee, consisting of 3 members from the West Townsend Village elected by annual town meeting for staggered terms to oversee and administer the James H. Tucker Trust Fund, including the acceptance, management, and expenditure of funds in accordance with the terms of the trust and applicable law, and to authorize the select board to adopt rules and procedures necessary for its operation, or take any other action relative thereto.
explain.
This is one that was supposed to have been on your previous town meeting warrant articles. It had not been. Adam had cleaned this up to say that you're going to vote for those folks at town meeting. So if you could have John Smith, Susie Smith, and Kieran Smith from West Townsend, and we put our hands up, you would elect them on the floor. You'd say you're a 1-year term, you're a 2-year term, you're a 3-year term at staggered evolution.
It comes and goes on them.
I think
And the
that's what we
warrants.
have to do, because I don't think, did anybody get a list from the town clerk?
No, but I asked for it. Did you get the list
I have
of
not
the
had a chance
past
to do
ones?
that. So
We didn't do it last year.
you
It
skipped,
wasn't last year or the year before.
yeah, you skip
I
and
did-
choose apparently what years you do it, so.
Well, you is, I don't know who you
Relative.
is.
The town, Townsend.
The town.
Okay, so,
You speak broadly for the town.
so I remember meetings where people raised their hand and they got appointed.
I remember them.
I remember them,
I remember
but I don't remember why.
I remember this is why I didn't feel like, what is this?
Okay, so I know this is why, but who are they? When have they met? What do they do? And if it's staggered 3 years, it must be done every year for at least one person.
That is correct, unless it's been neglected because we do it variably, in which case there's nobody who's current. In which case, all 3 people get appointed the way Kieran just explained.
Okay, I'm good with the article. I guess would like the past list from the town clerk of who it was and when was the last time. Because the town clerk would have sworn them in.
I think the 3-year one is probably, if they showed up to be sworn in though, after the meeting.
Yeah, you don't know.
But the town clerk would know.
But they'd have to be sworn in if they were.
Anyway, we can get that. I
Okay.
think it should stay on there.
Yeah,
This is one of those ones that, again, something to think about in the summer for your following town meeting is, do people do this? Like, do we want to spend time at a town meeting doing this, or do you want to work with your moderator to appoint someone and create better accountability that way?
That's a charter change then.
It is a charter change, we could actually amend it within the bylaw.
Okay.
But
right now, I think this is easier. Okay, just get the history and we'll deal with it.
continuing on, Article 4, to see if the town will vote to appropriate or reserve from the Community Preservation Fund annual revenues of the following amounts recommended by Community Preservation Committee for community administrative expenses, community preservation projects, and other expenses in the fiscal year 2027, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation. Appropriations from fiscal year 2027, estimated revenues from the community administrative expenses, $8,121.50. Reserves, I'll run through these quickly. From FY 2027 estimated revenues, historic resources, reserve, 16,243. Community housing reserve, same number, 16,243. Open space reserve, 16,243. And estimated for budget reserve, 100,000, 105,579.5. So this is your estimates for what you're going to get for CPC funding to be spent and used for obviously the core, the segmented expenses as of July 1, 2027, and moving forward.
Okay, yeah.
For those listening at home, understanding how CPA funds are used is a great tool for, I think of this building, I could think of replacing the glass windows. You could think of acquiring land, or you could think of building an ADA walkway in another part of a park. You could think of the West Townsend Reading Room, potentially restoring the facade, things of that nature that fall within the bucket of ways to use these funds. Revolving fund. The first article, Article 5 for the revolving fund, was a request of the police department to create a revolving fund for police detail administrative fee. This is for the coordination of, admin fees, for budgets, scheduling, payroll, processing, and software related to those expenses. Police chief said, hey, this would be a really good way to, utilize a fund for these types of expenses for the town. So,
Using the income for
correct.
the expenses. Okay, so this, is this the same as what appears on Article 6 in the list?
Article 6 is the animal care program.
Oh, it's another revolving fund?
So he has a detailed cruiser fee, which is a different fee related to revolving funds.
And if 5 is approved, it would become part of Article 6 next
Six.
year.
It would be Article 15.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I see a numerical order. I missed 13 there, so I'll check my numbers. But
Oh, good catch.
Yeah.
I think though, in the year that you established the fund, I don't know that that's put. in
It doesn't, because I had it in there originally.
Yeah, I
and
saw
was-
the comment
I was told
from
to
Adam.
pull it
He's
out,
like-
so that's probably why my
That's
numbers
what it
are.
is, because we did that with the public records
Yeah.
last year.
You did, yeah. So I'll clean up the numbering there, but here are your revolving funds. Very similar to last year, except at the way bottom, you have your town hall public records request, because that was a newly established fund.
Correct.
And now it's at the bottom. If police admin fees is approved, it'll go to the bottom below that one
Next year.
next year.
Okay.
Article 7 is, this is sort of be like your budgetary space here. Article 7 is to see if the town will vote to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officers of the town as provided by Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 108, as amended and as appropriated in this warrant, or to take any other action related to. Your only elected salaried position is your town clerk. It is a good practice of all towns to call this out and make sure that you vote to approve the salary for your elected official, which is your town clerk's role. This segues nicely into Article 8, which will cover the totality of your budget, which is just a bit under $29 million total. You know, I could read this out loud, but to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds in the treasury such sums that may be necessary to defray the charges and expenses of the town for fiscal year 2027 pursuant to a detailed budget totaling $28,819,885 or any other sum on line 805, which matches currently, or take any other action there related thereto. It's important to call out the transferring from funds. So you see here your Title V overlay costs or repayments, your ambulance receipts, that we receive, your indirects from solid waste and your indirects from water here are sort of, income, in for Article 8. And then I've broken it out into different budget or functional segments that you have within your budget.
I have a question that somebody else might have. Because you look at this and the percent change is 4.14%. But we're only allowed to go up 2.5%.
That's true.
So where's the rest of the money coming from if we can't raise more than 2.5%?
Yeah, so your town is using free cash to balance its budget, as well as greatly dependent upon, things like ambulance receipts reserved to buffer its budget. Same with your enterprise direct cost. Even though they're indirects, they still account for a large chunk of your budget.
This is also assuming the police override too, correct?
Well, we'll know.
This
But I
includes
mean,
the
that
override.
number, that 4% is that particular.
So this could change if we don't have the override.
Correct.
To a worse situation than what we have.
The difference.
Bleaker.
Well, I guess there's a lot of words we could use, and it'll mean the same thing.
I do hope to present this somehow. I know in previous years you had every line of the budget in there. For what I hope is April 28th meeting, it's to be focused just on town meeting and how to present this information, whether it be through PowerPoint and really highlight the segments. Just because I hope it's more consumable that way to the folks at the meeting in a
I think
PowerPoint.
as long as people can access the omnibus if they want to, if they can get a copy of that there. Because some people do like to.
Well, these numbers too will be different.
If the override fails.
Right.
Yeah, so I have two versions of the budget, so
So here's the other question. Are you gonna do a pre-town meeting?
I'm gonna do one myself,
Yes, not the board,
not the
but
board, probably on the
where
29th.
people can come and ask questions.
Yeah, the 29th is my goal
Okay.
for that.
Yeah, because on the 25th, we really won't have any answers either, on Earth Day.
You won't have anything until after town meeting,
Yeah.
or after town election.
After
So,
the election.
Continuing on, Article 9, to see if the town will vote to appropriate PFAS settlement money received in calendar year 2025 in the amount of $648,332.41 and allocate these funds to the PFAS maintenance fund to be used to pay off treatment plant debt, treatment media replacement, maintenance of the treatment plant, and system improvements, or take any other action in relation thereto. The town received funds from the federal government and the different like Dow Chemicals, the different organizations that were using PFAS, even though they shouldn't have been. So the water department is asking to use this money to offset some of the expenses, but yeah.
Okay, 10?
10 and 11, again, as it related to the water department, this is their annual ask as an enterprise department for the sum of just under $2.5 million, to fund their water department for fiscal year 2027. It also highlights the indirect fund, which should match the previous Article 8 segment there, where we call out $482,000 or so for indirects. Same for Article 11, very similar to Article 10, where it's the Board of Health, and again, just a hair under $800,000 for the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. With this article, you'd also be voting essentially tacitly giving approval to their budget as they have deemed it to be related thereto. Up to the audience to decide if they have any questions.
Will they have the budgets available or something about health?
Can't tell you.
Might want to crack them.
I would leave that up to the
Somebody,
leadership of that
well,
department.
I'll certainly pass that along. Somebody should be there to be able to speak to any questions
Yep.
at the annual,
Yeah,
from the
their
Board of
budget
Health.
should be available too, I think.
They're grown-ups, hopefully they can figure it out.
Same with water.
Article 12?
Article 12, to see if the town will vote and raise appropriate borrow or transfer from available funds in the Treasury and the Water Enterprise Fund, the sum of $268,620 related to capital planning for 2027. We'll highlight here the cat loader. This is the last payment of the cat loader from capital stabilization. Adam noted that it was the 5th year because last year was the 4th year.
Yeah, I couldn't,
Good catch.
and I know that in one of our meetings, Jimmy Smith had said, well, there is one more payment, and it's $1.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I'm gonna
what
defer to
that
Adam.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
So that's item number 1. Number 2 is the lease payment on our 4 cruisers, and this is a general fund item we take care of each year. The third, currently, the third is the usage of the sale of properties, the water building, for the acquisition of bunker gear for a cost of $135,000 to support.
These have all been discussed before and on plenty of meetings.
I know, but I asked the question, I sent it to you as one of my comments. Why does it say water there? Why is it not just simply sale of property?
I guess to me, it's important to know the sale of properties encompassed a lot of parcels.
It did?
And in this definition, it's the sale of a town-owned property that was the water department that can be used for the acquisition of public safety, more land,
Infrastructure,
infrastructure
The
related.
use that it can be used for.
because there's other
So
things that can't be used for.
I would
Yeah.
suggest, instead of just putting water there, put sale of water building.
Okay.
Water building.
We know what it
Former.
means,
Mhm.
but people aren't gonna know what that means.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Good point.
Okay. Article 13 is a free cash article to see if we'll use some of our remaining free cash for the purchase of assessors fiscal year 27, their property data verification program. This was a new article that, after spending some time with FinCom, Don and his wise knowledge in that group said, hey, I chatted with the assessor, it wasn't within her line item. And then I guess in previous years, she's called it out as an individual article rather than a budget line item.
Right, for many years.
It should be a budget line item. It should not be an article. That is a terrible practice.
It's been that way for ever since it was $10,000 before.
Mhm.
And it all started when we started having, I think it was Patriot Properties come in and do the revals.
Mhm.
That's when it started.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say more than 2 decades for sure.
So is this a next year?
Shortly after she came, she's been here 27 years.
So it should be its own line on their omnibus budget.
Okay, well, we can try to do that next year, but
Yep.
here's where we are.
Yeah, so we're gonna use free
People are
cash.
used to seeing this here, by the way. It's been an article for,
But if it's not
Couple
the
of
best
decades.
process.
okay, well, it's okay to change.
Yes, exactly.
Should be explained that way too,
Yeah.
actually.
So we will use free cash for that, acquisition of that product this year. Article 14 is your annual PEG access TCAM, and the funds that you allocate to those buckets. I won't read all of that, just to save you guys from us. This is effective, January 1st of 2026, because you signed your new agreement with them, started on January 1st, 2026, to run 10 years from that point on.
But that's the
That's the
agreement
Comcast.
with Comcast.
That's the Comcast.
It is not the agreement between the town and TCAM.
We don't have an agreement with them.
We don't.
We're working on it.
So what,
I would suggest that we will retro date that to align with the date of the Comcast agreement, because that's how the money is allocated.
yes, it is, but,
And I wouldn't do anything else,
okay,
because any money
that was
left.
another one of my
The-
Yeah, 'cause
questions.
The
any
money
money-
that's there in the vote is from Comcast.
I know that it's from, the Comcast was dated, but I know that we don't have an agreement with them.
Yeah,
But you'd want those dates to,
You want to match up
to
to
marry
they
up.
have to match up.
Yeah.
But, and the
Alright.
number comes from the accountant.
Correct.
So,
Yes, yes.
It
The
is what it
number
is.
Right.
The
I don't
numbers-
have
yeah.
any question about the numbers and the quarters, it's just the detail of that.
and we are trying, we try more than a weekly basis to try to get that done. And,
We're having a good time.
we're having a ball, yeah. Okay, Article 15.
Article 15, I did move around some of the articles, so if you guys looked at this earlier, I did kind of change the order a wee bit. Article 15, if you remember the last time we discussed this, was,
Oh, I want to change the order.
I think he did.
I did. But
No.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this is a bylaw, this is what's Article 18.
Yeah, I know that, but I want the town properties before this.
Oh. I was saying town property before the citizens petitions, but,
it is not.
okay.
Yeah, and I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah,
I
I
just
don't,
want the citizen petition at the end.
It is.
yeah,
Yeah. I think
it's
we
not
should.
now.
It is.
I updated it after your email this afternoon.
Oh, this is my printout. Thanks so much.
That's why I got on the big screen.
Okay. Let me put my glasses on.
Look at Article 18.
thought, don't worry.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
we all
taking my
have the same
jabs.
thought,
Yeah.
because there's no way.
Just because the amount of debate, I just wanted to get it.
So
Okay,
Article 15 is, having worked with Adam, we're trying to call out basically the locations that warrants get posted. And this would be an amendment to our general bylaw to say that the select board and the office of the town clerk keep a list of posting locations in town.
yeah,
So in the event that you have a town meeting and a building's no longer accessible or is isn't ADA compliant, something of that nature, we would want to work with the select board and the town clerk to modify that list. By having this article, it doesn't necessarily call out, West Townsend Reading Room, which I know is a hot topic, or doesn't necessarily call out any other posting locations. This just empowers your select board and your town clerk office to work together to help set a list. Like we had a town meeting that we had to postpone for special town meeting due to a snowstorm. We ended up having the warrant on the West Townsend Reading Room door, but there was a foot of snow there. So, it's not truly accessible. I know it's a historic,
right,
or
right,
it's
right.
a pattern or a tradition.
There's a better place it could be. It
Yeah.
could be on the fire station in West
Yeah.
Townsend. It's
Could
right
be the
on Main
library,
Street.
right on the door.
Or
Right.
it's just, I think
Hundreds of people go through there each week.
every now and then we get these crazy snowstorms and if we have an officer go and do that, if they roll an ankle doing it, then that's not good. If a citizen's just trying to see what's on the door and they, break a wrist, then I would feel terrible about that. So
That's
this,
not good either.
yeah, this allows us some flexibility. It allows the board some flexibility with the town clerk to amend those posting locations. That's all I have on that topic.
I like this one. I think it's important.
Okay,
Any
very
other
good.
discussion? Okay.
So what's that new number?
That's
Is that
Article
15?
15.
Can I say something on the
Hmm?
last one, there on the posting of the warrants?
Hmm?
The people need to know where they're being posted though.
Correct.
So if it's just on a list someplace, how do they know?
Well, they would work with the select board and town clerk to say the warrant's available at 123 Main Street,
It
978
would be
Main
on
Street.
the, it would be on the website, and then it would be on the posting that's on,
Because the
Yeah.
posting locations now aren't that accessible, to be honest, within your E-code. You have to
Right.
go into your E-code to find them. So why not just have an actual landing
But they've
site?
always been there, so people are aware.
Sure, so they can go to a website as well. So you can put a link within the E-code to say you can also visit here for the listing of the locations.
okay, next, 16.
Article 16 is related to 264 Dudley Road, which is the West Townsend Reading Room. This has been discussed as a possible property to review and declare available for disposition by the select board in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 30B, and to take any related action there too. Selling a piece of property is not lighthearted for any town. You have to consider the fact that it has history. It's part of the West Townsend Historic District. It does not have a reverter clause, as our Townsend Properties Committee investigated. It does have some work necessary to bring it back up to septic compliance, historic facade compliance, and sort of any action necessary. Like I said earlier, using your CPC money, this would be a perfect project for such a CPC fund. Your town hall may also be for different projects related thereto. So it's really an opportunity for people to decide as a town if you want to hang on to this parcel and invest in it, or relieve the town of the burden of having to repair and replace different parts of it, and let an investor or let a new property owner take that responsibility.
Okay,
Can I have a question?
Up to the chair.
Yeah.
Question?
Yes, did you ever find the deed to that property since you have clear title?
I thought you,
They told me not to.
I didn't tell you not to look into the deed. You were in
You
town
have
properties,
the
you
deed.
were looking in the reverter part as well.
I don't have a deed.
So we would take any steps from if we get okay to sell it, then the town has to take certain steps to get it prepared for the auction
No, I
process.
understand that, so I'm not understanding, is this like the cut before
We have to ask at annual town meeting if we're okay to sell these parcels, this parcel and the ones on the
Doesn't
next
mean it
article.
will be so.
Doesn't mean it will be.
so
It's
you
just a
ask
cost
first
to the
and then you
town.
clear title?
Then we work with town council and the auctioneer to go
And the
through that
auctioneer.
process, because they have certain things they have to do in order to put it up for.
Okay,
Just,
all right, I get it.
once the list goes to the auctioneer, excuse me, but once the list goes to the auctioneer, they're the ones that decide if it's a saleable property. And there have been instances where they have taken properties off the list because they found them to be not to have clear title. So this is not a done deal. This is only letting the town know, we own this property and we don't have the money to maintain it. And that's what the town properties, look, you're on town properties. That's what the town
I know,
properties
that's
looked
why
at.
I'm here today,
Okay,
yeah.
Sandy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is kind of new about this being sold.
It's not new. It was months ago
I
that it was
didn't
at the meeting.
realize it for some reason, I missed out on
Okay.
that. So my question is, well, I have a comment and a question, that we're renting it out for various family functions.
It cannot be rented now. It is not in rentable
What is wrong
condition.
with it? Because
The septic. Besides the septic, and you can't use water, and there's no, you can't use the sewer system there.
when I was there in November of
Right, it
2025,
was
fine.
closed at the following meeting.
So the facilities went in there
Facilities went in there.
and is evaluated that the septic's no longer functioning without some investment in cleaning out the pipes and the sewer lines.
It's just that.
It was done at a select board meeting
Okay,
in
I missed that.
December.
I missed that. But it was, well, I had heard it was closing for the
Okay.
year. That's all I heard from Sabrina.
Okay,
But yeah, I'm just a little puzzled because we found it,
It is not rentable.
I'm
So
just,
there's no other puzzle. It's not rentable.
well, excuse me, just let me finish, please. I find it puzzling that the toilets were working, the water was working, and all of a sudden now it's not working. I'm a little confused.
I guess if you want any of the further information, you can talk to facilities, because he's the one that gave us the information.
And okay.
And
So
he went in there.
Also, there are a lot of people who want to rent it, and that would promote a lot of funds. There are a lot of people who wonder how to rent it, and they were confused as to how to approach the town. They didn't have
Okay.
information on how to do
Let
it.
me just say this. The rental fees that have been charged at the West Townsend Reading Room do not take care of the expense of the building. And we don't have any funds now to put a new septic system in. We are not able to rent it. So I don't know what else to say, but I need to finish the warrant, okay? Thank you. Next.
Article 17 touches on other parcels that were identified by the Townsend Properties Committee. You know, a lot of these were through tax taking. They are more or less wetlands or bog type parcels. This again will follow a process that if we get the okay at the town meeting, we may then visit with the building commission to say, hey, is this potentially buildable land? Try to get some idea of what the parcel's, purpose could be. Again, at the way bottom part of the list, the three primary parcels here to me is your old Hart Library, which is a beautifully old library, but has fallen into disrepair. And unfortunately, I don't know if there's town funding or capacity available to get that sort of cleaned up. We as a town have a responsibility to empty that building of certainly the very important documents that are still legible and are not sort of moldy and degraded. So that'll be a project in itself. The second one from the bottom is the 182 Warren Road, which previously had an old bungalow style home on it, but now just sort of has some debris and different items. It's a large parcel at just a bit under 12 acres. It does have some limitations on frontage, so that might be another topic for the building commission to see if there's any viability there, or the zoning board of appeals may need to discuss that. And last but not least, as we mentioned previously, is the West Townsend Reading Room at the bottom of that list. Some of these, I'm going to take some of the notes out on these comments. I don't know if it's relevant to town meeting that's next to ambulance parking or it was a tax taking. I may leave in the wetlands concepts here. So perhaps if you feel comfortable with the motion approving, it would be subject to,
Minor wording changes.
well, like emptying the comments column, would be my thought.
I
Just remove all comments from there.
As long as those couple ones can be called out for people know what they are. The old Hart Library or you can just explain.
We can just talk
Yeah, you
about
can just
it.
talk about it.
What I would recommend is having a handout with a map that just says they're here, because the
I
last
agree.
time we did this, people wanted to know, well, where are these
Yeah.
parcels?
Mhm.
Having the map block plot, that's nice, but it doesn't tell you where in town they are, even with the addresses. So that would be nice for a handout.
And
That's all I'll say.
If you could do that, you'd number each one here and then number the map.
Okay.
So one is
Yeah, that
one.
could work.
Is that something the properties committee could do?
It would be really nice if they could.
Jody or Vicky should be able to do that
Okay.
for the meeting.
Okay.
Is the committee itself? No.
They disbanded or?
No, they're not
Oh, right.
disbanded. But they're not gonna make your map.
Yeah. I mean,
If any questions I can do that.
Okay.
What are you gonna do with the fund, reading room fund? The cell building, what happens to that money?
I think it'll just get disbanded. If it has to be returned, it gets returned, or if it has another purpose there too. So,
In the previous, if I may, in the previous auctions that we've had, depending on what has sold, whether it's a town building or if it's a tax taking, they go into different funds. And then it's whoever's doing the budgets between select board and finance that
I don't
decides.
I don't think that was the question.
You mean
Is
this,
it
the
trust fund?
specific trust fund?
The specific trust fund that's for the upkeep of the West Townsend Museum. So the $27,000.
So I think either the money gets returned to the
Oh, yeah,
originator.
Originated?
I
Yeah, if
misunderstood.
there's a family, right, because it's from
They
the
did the
family
trust
that
fund?
donated the building.
It's not a trust fund. The maintenance fund.
It is technically a trust fund in the
In the
that's a
account.
category.
Yeah,
You might call it a category, but legally it's a maintenance fund to the town. It's not like the trust fund. It doesn't say the Martin Trust.
Mhm.
That's correct.
Where's the money?
It's in a special reserve account. Mary Jane's
Yeah.
correct, it is for maintenance in the building. It's just not enough money to, because I think you have to have $10,000 set aside it for like the interest bearing portion. So then you're left
Then you
with
only have 7.
17, because that's
So
27.
17.
And it's not enough for a septic system. Currently, it would maybe do some pest remediation. But our facilities, manager, Rob is, said he's like, the building's falling apart. Because it's not enough money to get the ball rolling. If residents felt that they did not want this to sell, then they could use their CPA funds as of July 1st for this. And then you could vote on this at a special town hall meeting if you wanted to do something different, up to the residents. So,
Well, CPA decides where the CPA
You
board
could apply,
decide,
though,
you
for the-
apply to them and they decide.
Correct.
And they can or they cannot. They don't have to give it to that.
Yeah.
So there's a process for that.
correct.
Okay.
Um,
I think the point is that we have to sell properties, or if the town decides in their vote that they don't want that property to be sold, that's fine.
Yeah, so that will be it. The town can say, no, we don't want to sell.
The town
property.
can say no.
Or does it have to be all of the property? Can it be specific, or does it have to be all that are on the line?
So on town meeting floor, if I got up and I said, you know what, I love that piece of bogland because I used to throw my dog a ball there. I could say,
Don't sell it.
I vote,
Or the Hart Library, or any of them.
I make a motion to approve all but 1, 2, 3 Main Street.
And if you get a second, then that's how the discussion and the vote
And
goes.
the moderator would work with you to say, hey, does anyone else want to discuss this? And someone may say, hey, I'm with Mary Jane. Like, I love throwing my ball to the dog in this piece of land. And we can go from there.
You voted for each individual.
Yeah, I would,
I like the table.
the table, I think, makes it clean for folks. And then in the event that a resident's like, hey, I love that bungalow on 182 Warren Road. I don't want that to be sold. Then you can create a motion.
So we almost have to consider each of them in the table and then vote on the table.
I think it's up to the town meeting floor
It is.
Yeah,
because
And then
some
John
people,
Barrett to
yeah,
to ring
no,
them in.
yeah, because some people,
because it could,
I always say 99% of people there don't have this history, and 99% of people might be like,
yeah, go for it, right. But there could be, you
That's all.
could have 3 different people who say, I don't want that one in. And then another person says, I don't want that one in. And
Yeah.
Okay.
And most of them could say, it's time to sell the properties, we don't have the money and we don't want to
So
pay
it's
higher
up to
taxes.
John, whether we have to take it
It's
all
John.
as it is, or drop them all, or if we can drop things in it. Well. That's when.
Well, they can
when
amend
the
it.
I think if you're
pre-meeting-
overthinking it, I think it's really up to the resident on the floor to decide if they don't want to see the West Townsend reading room sold, then you could make a sweeping motion for all but the West Townsend reading.
And then someone could say, but wait,
Something
I
else.
don't want this one.
Yes, they could.
I don't want the Hart Library. I took my kids there all the time. I don't want that thing sold. I want it to drop down, fall apart right in front of us. And, it could, in the pre-meeting, John has to control that. He has to know, he has to control that. However, he's gonna do it.
Yeah, and I'm happy to, share on town meeting floor. I can share some pictures of the Hart Library. I don't have any pictures of the bungalow or the debris on 182 Warren Road. The bogland, I'm probably not gonna go out into in general, because I have ticks all over me from fighting with my own dog right now. But I think in West Townsend Reading Room, I can share some anecdotal information from facilities in terms of apprehension they have about putting folks in there come this spring and sort of the upkeep in general there.
Okay, so hopefully your pre-meeting is, because this is not gonna let me get to my schedule.
So then shifting on from that table, we jump into the citizens petitions, which is articles now 18, 19, and 20.
Thank you very much for moving this.
Again, these are in relation, we already touched on these, to buffer zone with medical marijuana and dispensing facilities, and different bylaw amendments that this citizen group is looking to have amended.
Okay. We're good?
Motion.
Please?
So the motion would be just to pull, make sure you say, pull the wording out of the far right column. And then remove the word water from the funding source from Article 12. And I think that's it.
Which was the one with the table article? The properties is article which one?
Article 17.
I vote a Goodrich move to approve and sign the warrant for the annual town meeting of May 5th, 2026, pending removal of the far right column of Article 17 and removal of the word water from Article 12.
And the correction in the numbering to 13.
Yep, right there.
Instead of 14 is not gonna be there, right?
Correct.
And correcting the numerical order of Article 6.
Okay. Is there a second for those amendments?
Veronica has second. Can I ask a question about the numbering? Is there just one number that's wrong, or do you have to renumber all the articles from there down?
No, it's
No,
just.
it's
No,
this
this was this right here. See,
Oh,
12.
that.
in Articles,
that.
in Article
In the
6.
article, in Article six.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So I know you seconded it, and she's going to ask for discussion. So I'll let her do that before I jump to my next point.
I don't want any more discussion.
I may just throw out there that if you have any changes you want to make, next week is your last drop dead date.
Okay, but right now we're good with the edits just made.
And this is tacitly approving your budget because your budget number is here.
Correct.
Okay, so we need to go over the budget before we approve
You
before.
can, I would love to know what questions you guys have about the budget rather than go line by line. I did line by line last Thursday, done with you guys 4 times. So let me know if this is segments you want me to focus on rather than going line by line, because we would need 2 hours to do that.
But we won't know the real number till after the 27th. So then we have to meet the 28th.
So the 28th, really the goal of the meeting would be to town meeting setup. And we'll have a new board member at that time too. So I think it's equally important for them to be a part of this discussion for what knowing their responsibilities are that night. And it would be like, what materials do you want me to hand out at town meeting? Do you want me to do a PowerPoint? Do you like the PowerPoint?
I mean, do you want a final vote on the budget, approval budget beforehand, or
I have a recommended budget from FinCom, and that is the same budget
that you
is-
presented to us?
Okay.
And is in this form?
What?
Can I ask questions about that budget then? Can we go to the recap?
You met?
Because if you're going with the April 7th budget, where is the 8K for the free cash that's in here when we only had like $646 left there? I might not be remembering right.
I had kept aside $21,000 in free
Yeah,
cash.
the money's there.
Well,
for the
wait, I want to see that.
Move around.
Like last week's
I'm
stuff.
not gonna sleep about 9 o'clock. Not gonna handle it.
Okay, April 7th, this is 4/1. And and we had 19K left at that point.
So now you have, if you look here, we moved some numbers around.
You know, it's not really me anymore, so.
But I like your question,
I'm kind
because
of
you're a
like,
sharp,
go for it.
you're a sharp knife in the drawer, so.
Yes, I am. We'll be missing that sharp knife.
That's not a bad thing, really.
I have a question. Okay, I got the 8K. Where is revise?
I don't know, haven't had a chance to get there yet.
Because
Is
I
that
don't
the
think,
3,000 a year?
pardon me?
Is it the 3,000?
It's not
Or the 30?
3,000, it's probably more, it's more than that. I don't know the number because I wasn't on the board when that was done. But in the one town meeting, which, so this is the fiscal year, we paid for the, okay, let me get my years right. This is 06, 2025, I was on the board, 2024, I was not on the board. When did we run 2025?
No, it was November of 24. We went through it, terrific,
November
25.
24, okay. So on the town meeting in May of 24, I believe there was an article that took free cash and paid an amount for the upgrade to revise and then a year of, the next fiscal year, which would be the fiscal year return incident. I think we need money to pay for revise, and I don't think we have it in the budget. If the override passes, we're probably okay, looking at this recap. But if the override doesn't pass, then that's where the 646 comes from, I think, left in free cash.
Mhm.
And if that's the case, we don't have money to pay for our website.
Where should that be in the omnibus?
It was always in prior, so before Nelson days and,
My
It
question is just why isn't it in the
always
omnibus budget?
in the, select board. There was a
And it
lot.
got taken out
Yeah. I think
because,
Because, we weren't paying for it, we paid for it with free cash. So you wouldn't, it was one of those articles.
Like, it's like the assessors.
why?
Yes, it's like
Why are
that.
these, it's just, it makes it, these things should be in the omnibus.
Which is exactly why you shouldn't take the police cruisers out, but that's beside the point. I don't think we have the place in the budget for revise. Here, we can, if we have free cash left in a town meeting, special town meeting, you just do it,
Yeah.
But if we don't have free cash, then we don't have the money to do it. It would have to be a stabilization ask, or we no longer have a town website because we don't have the money to pay for it. Because that's where we are.
We're gonna use Facebook for everything. We're gonna get there.
I'm laughing a little bit, but it's really not funny, but,
I hear you.
No, it's not funny.
in any event, okay.
I mean, if it hasn't been in here this entire budgeting process, I mean, it's like, we're at 11:59. And we're gonna try and put it as a new line item. Does it have a number? Did it have a number?
All right.
And
Say that again?
did it have a number associated with that line item previously in the budget?
Not in the past 3 years, I don't think, but in the 3 years before that, yeah, there was a place for Civic Plus in the budget. We paid for it through the budget.
And then it got removed.
You had Board of Assessors up there. Could you put that back up? Yeah, so I don't know where we're gonna. That's all. It's just something to know about, kind of like, how to pay for the trash. All right, now, under Board of Assessors, you see those 3 lines at the bottom? Travel, mileage, in-state, dues and memberships,
Mhm.
training. Is that consistent in all the departments?
No, it varies from department to department.
So I want to go to fire and police, because I'd like to know where memberships, trainings, travel is paid for in those. Training, so it's in those three. Okay, good, good, good. In police, and what about in fire? Okay. What's that, what's after training? Other supplies, training slash what?
Uniform.
Uniform?
Yeah.
Training and uniforms
But that,
are in the same line.
that's
Okay.
zero.
All right,
It's a 0. So it is worth noting that some of the lines are contractually based, so they may change. You know, because we are still in negotiations with a few of our department heads and unions, but we've been, thanks to your support, very abundantly transparent with the unions and staff members, you know, to share with them what our budget capacity is. And, you know, in this sort of recap situation, you know, even a small increase for any lone staff member puts us basically in a deficit scenario. So I've been trying to beat this drum since I started in January, and you know, I'll touch on it in my TA report, but I think people respect that.
I don't want to interrupt your beating of the drum, but Teresa's here, and can we, with the board, let us go into 6.3 for the next 5 minutes before we go into a joint meeting, and then we have another joint meeting?
and so we'll come back to 6.1 because we haven't finished 6.1 yet.
Okay, I'm fine with that, but I don't want to hold them up.
Okay. I just
Okay.
want to ask, where are we going to look at the budget without with the override ban? Or are we going to wait until the override ban?
I would wait till the
Yeah.
override fails.
Okay, then I have no questions. All right, so we can go to tape stuff.
I didn't think you would. I put it in there. It's there for your review.
6.3.
I know.
I bet you have questions.
I looked, but
6.3.
hey, not
Karen
my
and
call.
Tessa, would you like to, Selena, Jen, you want to come to the table?
I don't have a lot on this other than you guys were looking for an extension, right? That was the last I gleaned. To be perfect, like I just, not that this is low priority, it's just on in the medium scale priority, it just hasn't quite.
So we are looking to change from our current lease, which is 3-year with the possibility of extension in 2028, to the 50-year lease that was approved by the town. So I know you guys were going to be working on it. We saw it was on the agenda tonight, so we came to just see what the update was.
What's the update?
I don't really have one. So, I know Sabrina had been working on possibly a because when does the current lease expire?
2028.
We just did it in October of 25.
Yeah.
It hasn't even been a year into the second 3 years of the 333.
Mhm.
So,
Part of the reason we're asking ahead of time is because we're working on the field expansion.
lining
We
up the
can't get
projects,
the
yeah.
grants because of the short-term lease. We need a long-term lease for some of the grant possibilities.
For all of them, really.
What are the deadlines for those?
They're
We've missed
rolling.
countless ones.
So yeah, we're kind of just,
We're itching.
as soon as we get it working, then we can start applying. And it also applies to if we ever try to get a loan
Mhm.
toward the field expansion, we need the longer term lease to
Okay.
do that.
so here,
Which the town voted.
yeah, the
Okay
town
on.
voted it, so
So
my,
we're working on it.
well, my question is, can't we just take out the piece that says 333 and throw in 50?
I was
mean,
going to run that by
this was
council before we did
The
that.
question for council last week, or do we need to do an RFP before we do that? Because they are
Mhm.
the current leaseholders, and if we did an RFP, we would be breaking their lease, in my book. So we can't do an RFP for a lease that still has 2+ years, and the option for another 3. So why can't we just say, okay, 50?
I think this is a council question.
It is.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, so we don't have an answer yet.
Okay.
I just dragged you out here for no reason.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
was it last time.
It is.
Okay,
Yes.
so give us a month and we'll see if, we'll relay the message to town council that this is what we want, this is what the people voted for at the meeting, and how do we get it done?
Okay.
All right?
I'll send you guys an email rather than have you come in during my presentation skills. A little bit more
All right, well,
entertaining.
if you put something on the agenda that says TASA, we're
They're
gonna
gonna
show
be
up, so.
I probably said don't put it on there, but then one of your board members may have wanted it on there.
Well, I wanted it on.
There it is. I knew there was.
So I was the one that requested it.
I wish I had one.
Because if you read the minutes, it says there.
It does. It does in fact say there'll be an update.
I put in my calendar at the last meeting.
Yeah.
So we will have an update in a month.
Okay.
Okay,
After town meeting.
after town meeting.
Yep.
And give us, you know, a little time for council to look, just too many fires right now.
I'll bet I
understand.
missed something. It's probably on me. I'm sure it is.
It's also town meeting season for council, so getting them is a little.
When we discuss this, we'll, after town meeting, this will be on the list of things to do.
Mhm.
Once we have an update, Sabrina will call you.
Okay.
So that you know it's gonna be on the agenda, you don't have to be looking for it, but if she calls you, we have an update.
Okay.
Okay,
And if we don't hear from you in a month, plus a little,
Nudge.
will
I'll
be
look for you.
nudging.
Yeah.
Track me down.
yeah,
Take
I
me
would,
back.
I would ask because it is
Yeah.
on our list to have done.
Right.
It is what the people voted, it is what we intend to have done.
Okay.
And it is good to keep on top of this because of all the changes and things have gotten lost in the
Yes.
past. So please do, poke away.
Not a
Sometimes
problem.
things come up and they say, you know, forget everything else, this has to come first, and it happens too often.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Nice to see you again.
You guys can stay if you want for.
Take some candy with you. for your way out.
Nah. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff.
Okay, we have 2 minutes. Do you want to do the Earth Day schedule? Because we're not gonna finish up on your omnibus thing.
Yep, Earth Day schedule. Sabrina had shared with folks, sort of first shift, second shift, third shift. I will join everyone at 10 a.m. I'll bring I have a fold out table. I think you do too, but I have one I can throw it in my car if that's easier. And I have some white chairs I can bring.
Yeah, and I think that's all we had, was a small table and 2 or 3 chairs.
Yeah,
We have
That's
a
it.
10.
I have a 10.
Do you have a 10?
I have a 10.
Okay, good.
I have 10.
I
Do
don't.
you want screens? Do you want sides? Just a 10.
Just the table and chairs.
No 10. Got it.
And.
Well, the
and am
10
I the
was
first one
because-
on? You?
Yeah.
I'm happy to be there.
Your
Whatever
first
works
one
for you
on.
guys. I'm ready for it.
So should I pick up the,
You're saying no 10? No 10.
oh,
No 10. If it's pouring rain, we won't be there.
We had umbrellas last time, and a tent.
It's up to you.
You don't wanna come.
What's that?
You don't wanna come.
the thing
It's a
about-
Saturday for me. That's
You
my
don't-
day. Like.
I mean,
thought you
I
were
don't-
I was really
So did I.
surprised
Saturday
when
for
I
me
saw
too.
that
I'm fine. I personally think the select board members, based on the time commitment of the town administrator at the time, interim town administrator, I think it should just be select board members. Just
I'm
me.
good with that. I was surprised to see the schedule, so,
I will come and help you set up.
at 8 o'clock,
That's fine.
are we setting up
I
at
mean,
8?
Sabrina has you, like, first shift
I
is
think it
at 10.
starts at 8:30. Oh,
The
first shift is
First
10?
shift is 10, but
Why,
setup
why
is at
8:30? Oh,
because unless we've been assigned a spot, it's
I thought we
first
were.
come, first served for spots. I have no idea. I haven't seen that.
I
In
thought
the
we were.
past, we always have been ahead of time, but I don't know about this year.
All right, can you check on that?
Mhm.
I'm good with the 1 o'clock. I'll talk to you on Friday, because I'll be here, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
just loop
And
me in. I am literally up the road. I will show up and set whatever you want me to
as
set up.
long as we've got a
I can
spot.
Pick it up from you, Karen, and just set it up myself, so you don't have to come. That's fine. Whatever you guys want to do. We can just exchange it.
how's the weather look?
Yeah,
Saturday looks pleasant.
oh, does it?
Okay.
Okay,
Bring your sunglasses.
somehow.
I think this is in the realm of, we're not filing open meeting law by arranging a schedule for an event. As needed. Outside of this
Okay.
meeting.
Whatever. All right, it is now 5:46 PM. And at 5:45 PM, we have a joint meeting with the appointing committee of Neshoba Valley Technical District School Committee to reappoint Sheldon Chapman for a 3-year term from April 1st through 26th through March 31st, 2029. Oh,
Yeah.
John.
So I snuck in there. Do you want me to?
Yes,
here?
please.
Yeah, sure.
And,
More the merrier.
And introduce who's with you. So this is a joint meeting, but who is
I
joint
think
with us?
we have, well, we have,
Who's driving in the car there? Is that somebody you know?
yeah, that's,
It's Keenan, sorry.
yeah, Keenan.
How are
And,
you?
I thought that Kim Craven was gonna try to zoom in too, but I'm not sure.
What do you need for a,
Well, I think we would have a quorum with at least one school board member from North Middlesex present.
Okay.
Because the committee for, the committee to appoint, the Townsend's representative to the Neshoba Valley Regional Technical High School consists of the Townsend members of the school committee, the Board of Selectmen, and the moderator. So with, I think,
so
5 of us here, we have a
I'll call
quorum.
our joint to meeting, to order.
Yeah.
With,
The
the
Neshoba Valley.
Neshoba Valley Technical District School Committee at 5:48 PM on April 21st, 2026, roll call. Veronica Cal present. Valerie present. Laura Schifrin present.
John Barrett, present. And Keenan?
Keenan Francois, present.
I could, also, there's a couple of housekeeping that we need to take care of, which are the minutes from the meeting back in February 2025, where we appointed the alternate as mayor. So I have copies of those minutes. So frankly, relied on the minutes that were.
Excuse me, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just having a little audio problem just for a second, but now we're okay. I can hear you good. Thank you.
Okay, who's that?
Thank you, Betsy Kim.
Oh, okay. And, let's see, got, Sheldon can have that.
Me and you,
that copy.
Veronica.
So there's minutes for February 4th, 2025, and when we met at that time, we didn't have any minutes for the March 19th, 2024 meeting where Karen Chapman had been appointed. So I'll pass those minutes out. Again, relying on Sabrina's better note-taking skills than mine. I think they are consistent with the,
Oh, this is before my time.
yeah, the select board's minutes from the past. And, yeah, actually, there's probably, all these minutes are, because we only meet once a year,
No,
if
yeah.
that.
Okay, so your 24 is before our time, any of us.
right, and the
Um,
25, both you, Veronica, and Laurie were here for that one.
yes. And, to that point, I'll entertain a motion to accept. We're not necessarily approving, but we're accepting because one we were not present for. Do you want to take them separately or together then? Separately. Okay, so,
Accept this and approve that.
accept the, March of 24?
Yeah.
Yes,
I value Goodrich to make a motion to accept the meeting minutes of March 19th, 2024 of the Joint Committee to appoint Townsend representative to the Neshoba Valley Technical School District Committee.
okay, is there a second?
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay, any further discussion needed? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Value Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffern, aye.
And what about,
John Barrett, aye.
and
Tina
And
Francois, aye.
Thank you. Next motion?
Do you guys feel comfortable with approval or accepting this one? I'm good approving this. I just abstain. Yeah, you can. I value Goodrich to accept the meeting minutes of February 4th, 2025, from the committee to appoint town representatives to Neshoba Valley School District. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Laura Schiffern. Rich abstain.
John Barrett, aye.
Ken?
I'm sorry, your audio cut out. I did not hear the motion.
Okay, the motion was, and you can abstain from this, the motion was to approve the minutes of the the February 4th, 2025, which, appointed,
Harrison, yeah.
Harrison Mayor.
It was before your time, Keenan, so you could just
You can abstain.
Oh.
Okay,
That's okay.
all right, so they should clear the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all of the,
That is all the minutes, so we're up to,
business to do before the
the current motion, is to appoint Sheldon Chapman as the town's other representative, to the, Neshoba Valley Technical School District Committee. It is a reappointment.
Good, a motion, please? I value Goodrich move to approve the reappointment of Sheldon Chapman to the appointing committee of the Neshoba Valley Technical District School Committee for a 3-year term effective April 1st, 2026 through March 31st, 2029. Could you read that motion? Because I think you said to the appointing committee. I value Goodrich move to approve the reappointment of Sheldon Chapman to the Neshoba Valley Technical District School Committee for a 3-year term effective April 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2029. 26. 26 through 29.
3 years.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'll only say, I just have to commend Sheldon and Karen for all their service. They have done great work representing the town, and heartily endorse him as our representative, or one of our representatives.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
If there are no other comments, I'll take a vote. Did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I would. I'd like to see the wall of the regulations ceremony. Hopefully you can shake the other graduate.
No, I don't think we're the end of May. What is the date?
What's the date? I'll make sure that I get it to Sabrina.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Okay, that's a very good point made. We're ready to vote?
We are ready to vote. Roll call. Vote. Mayor Goodrich, Laura Schiffern, aye.
Barrett, aye.
Keenan? Where do you
Yeah. Did you hear the motion?
go? Okay, yeah, he said aye.
Oh,
Roll
aye.
call vote. I did say roll call vote.
Yeah.
All right,
Any questions for me?
we
I asked, do you have any questions?
Oh. No, just want to thank you. Angela.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn the joint meeting. The Shore Valley Technical School Committee Department.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. No discussion, roll call vote. Alligator John, Worship aye.
John Barrett, aye.
Danny Francois, aye.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stand adjourned.
Giddy up.
Thanks, John.
Okay, get on my horse and ride.
Yeah, you
All
can.
right, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Is there anything that you want to do before we have adjourned at 6?
Take a 2-minute
2
recess.
minute recess.
TCAM, we're taking a 2-minute break. We'll be back at 6 for a joint meeting.
The recording has stopped.
Well, this is pretty screwed up. They just ended the meeting for no reason. In the middle of the agenda. Is the meeting over? I guess it is.
No, it sounded like they were just going on break for 2 minutes and they're coming back with a joint.
Okay, I missed that part. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm wrong. I missed that. I was paying attention to something else. They're going on a break. They'll be back. Yeah, thank you, Seeker. I was not paying attention. But thankfully they stopped recording and I'm not gonna. 2 minutes. Yeah, I suppose they need a 2-minute break. One of those. They've been on for almost 2 hours, so okay. Okay. Yeah, some of this meeting is kind of boring. Some of it's exciting or getting my blood pressure up, but some of this is not. All right, let me pull up, if I have a moment, I could pull up the agenda again. See if it's here. Here it is. They just finished. Yeah, I mean, I was not, you could hardly hear what they were saying in the joint meeting because they have technical difficulties. Whenever there's somebody in there who's talking, who's participating in the meeting from a mobile phone, it ends up cutting off the owl, which is the speaker in the room, and you can't make out anything anybody says for a couple minutes. And they need to fix that. That's a real technical problem that really needs to be fixed. And they should know about it by now. I know about it because I've been attending meetings, but they apparently don't. So they just went back to the joint meeting. They were talking budget. What time is it? It is just going on 6. So they have, what else is on there? All right, at 6 o'clock. So, this must explain. All right, now I understand. I'm paying attention now. Sorry, I was not paying attention. So at 6 o'clock, they're going to have the joint meeting with the audit committee, FinCom, and the select board to discuss the 40 fiscal year. I want to make FY40. I don't know why. I've got something else on my mind. I'm dealing with something. Anyways. All right. So the fiscal year 25 audit review with the auditor. So this should be an interesting. I really hope the auditor is going to address some of the issues that I have. They're going to bring up, I can tell you right now, they're going to bring up again that the town still doesn't have a plan or any semblance of a plan to deal with cash. They can deal with cash. You can't not deal with cash. Kieran's idea has been to do away with accepting cash, make everybody pay by credit card or check. And this is completely, I think it's illegal. Number one. Number two, it's completely nutty. But instead of complying with the law or complying with basic auditing principles, oh, we're just not going to do it. Okay, that's like all the other laws. We're just not going to obey the laws. We're going to ignore them. This isn't really a law. How you deal with cash isn't a law, but it will come up and bite you in the ass.
This meeting is being recorded.
They need to have a plan to control cash, supervise how it comes into the town and where it goes, who's accounting for it. It's cash control policy. They just don't have one. They don't even know how. They haven't asked anybody for assistance. The auditor complains about it every year and they don't do anything. And I've talked to certain people. I've done even videos about it. Nobody's listening. There's no plan for cash control. You need to have.
Hi, Elizabeth.
What the hell is that?
They took a 2-minute break in between meetings.
Hi, Melissa. How are you?
Oh, I've been sick 4 days. I'm at home.
Okay, they don't know.
Oh, that's not cool.
I know.
I'm recording.
That sucks. I gotta check my audio here. It's a little low. Unless that's just you.
Don't make me
Oh,
laugh.
sorry you're not feeling good.
Me too.
There we go. Audio.
Do you get colds in Florida?
Do people get colds? Oh, getting colds when it's
Florida.
humid is the worst.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Actually, people get more sick in the hotter months because they're inside more. The air conditioning and stuff.
Yeah, you go from the AC into the hot weather.
Right.
My mother lived down in Florida for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. We used to go visit her a lot. Where'd she live?
Yeah, I try not
Florida?
to.
Melbourne.
That's
Yeah.
right. I try not to be too cold. I don't like to be too cold. So
Yeah, that's good. So you
yeah. I drive around with my windows down like almost all year long, unless it's really oppressive. But I have found, oddly enough, that the humidity up north is more oppressive than the humidity here. It's just that our humid season's longer. Or I've just gotten used to it. But I don't know. I used to say that years ago. My cousin got married on the 4th of July in Connecticut, and his parents lived in Florida. My parents lived in Florida. His sister, they all came up. And they were complaining how it felt much hotter there in Connecticut than it did back in Florida.
All relative, baby.
I
All
guess so.
relative.
Overall, it wasn't a bad governance letter.
No.
That's good.
I was surprised that the 2 I got, not really. I didn't realize that I had paid a bill probably on June 30th that was due July 1st. I don't know why I didn't schedule it for July 1st. I just was probably had the day off, or I don't know. I was stupid. And then of course
It happened to us in another town where the treasurer actually set up the wire for July 1, but they sent it on June 30th.
Yeah,
So we got cited by Tony's group, right? By Rob. I said, no. You take that off that governance letter right now. That was just a misnomer. We put it on the warrant in July, argued it. They were funny about it.
Yeah.
They were great. They were really good about it.
Yeah.
That one.
We were live there for a minute, so we're coming back. We're just gathering our items here to get us ready for FinCom, Audit Committee, and Select Board. The TCAM will start recording in probably about 90 seconds again. No, usually the notification.
You're up and running.
Oh, there it is. Beautiful. The chair is just coming back in the room, so we'll let her sit down and kick this back off. So. People have candy. Our friends from at home don't have candy. But
Thank you.
Hope you have water and Gatorade. I know. Sorry, Elizabeth. No candy for you.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
It's called the joint meeting of the Audit Committee, Finance Committee, and Select Board to order at 6:06 PM. Roll call, please.
Veronica Cal present.
Very good, present. Laura Schifrin present. Dawn?
Audit Committee, Don Hayes present.
Harrison Mayotte, present.
Very good, present.
Okay, and
Finance
finance. Mhm.
Don Hayes present.
Carolyn Bazika present.
Carol Hoffs is present.
Mary Jane Churchill present. Kathleen Crawford present.
Okay,
We have quorums on both.
Karen? It's up to you.
I don't have a lot to present on this, because I thought Tony Roselli was going to be joining us. And I don't see him in the crowd.
It's the audit guy, right?
It is the audit guy. So that makes it unique, but maybe for a moment, our audit committee could touch on what they discovered as they were working through the process of the audit review. And I will check my emails to see where our dear friend Tony is. Yeah. Any feedback from our audit committee?
I have no feedback. I haven't seen the audit report of the findings at this point.
Okay, it was emailed out on Friday to a group.
I did ask and I didn't see anything coming.
I've got a copy if you want one. Yeah. Melissa, anything from your side that you thought was worth mentioning from the treasure collector angle?
Nope. The 4 findings, I gave my comments to. Do you want me to read those?
If you have a moment, I know you're not feeling great, but if you just
Yeah. Hold on, let me get them. So let's see. Sorry, I got to get to my email. And they pretty good. I mean, it wasn't bad. So the 4 findings was for the treasurer collector's office was during 2025, the treasurer opened a new vendor account. At year end, an unidentified variance of approximately 86,000 exists. We suggest the office work to resolve this before the end of fiscal 26. This was resolved in July's cash book. I believe it had to do with, I haven't been at work, but it was to do with, to look at my actual cash book. So Elizabeth, confirm it. It was a discrepancy in the split payroll, and it was just reconciling it. Some things happen in one month and don't get reconciled to the next month. So it was identified in June and not resolved till July. Yeah.
You're saying something?
I just said timing issue. I was trying to help Melissa out.
Okay.
Yeah, so timing issue. Yeah. The second one, finding B, in addition, multiple minor variances in the cash reconciliation process continue to exist at year end, some from prior year. The office is working to resolve these. So my comment, response, we have already resolved most of all of these minor variances through research and GL or banking corrections, and the remaining few will be resolved by the end of fiscal year 26. So minor variances, like maybe it was off $25.26 in one bank account. Might have been a bad check, return check that didn't get posted. Very minor, less than thousands, a couple thousand total for all, I think 26 bank accounts. So that's really good. So those will be taken care of. And then any that were from prior year that carried over that couldn't be found again will all be resolved by the end of FY26 this year. So that's June 30th. C, the next one is finding a short-term debt payment was made in May 2025, but not placed on a warrant until 2026. While investigating this, it was communicated to us that in certain instances, wires are sent prior to the warrant being authorized. This is not a legal practice in Massachusetts. So my comment response, we consistently try to avoid this practice, but it has occurred. we will put into place better practices to avoid this happening in the future. So basically, a bill that was due on July 1st, there's a couple that are due: the retirement for $1 million, an assessment, school assessment. I went and scheduled the payment and on June 30th, and it went through on June 30th rather than on July 1st. So that was my error. And the fourth comment, the first educational assessment of fiscal 2026 was paid in fiscal 25. So again, that goes back to the finding C. Prepaid payments are not allowed in Massachusetts, and we advise this practice, excuse me, it should be ceased immediately. In order to comply with the state regulation, my comment is, in order to comply with the state regulation, we will cease these occurrences. We will do this by ensuring proper scheduling of wire payments through the banking process. So those were the four I forget the word, Elizabeth, findings that were not substantial. And those are comments back. And that's the treasurer collector side.
Excellent. I just heard from Tony. He's going to join us in a few minutes. He had us for 6:30, but our email had said 6. So, but thank you, Melissa, for jumping in there and sharing that information.
Absolutely.
Doubly so when you're not feeling well. That time of year right now, we're dealing with it. So,
yeah.
But I think it's an opportunity for any other folks to make sure you're muted. So when you're coughing, there you go. I see it. When I sneeze, I wake everybody up, so that's a problem. That just happens. But any other questions from folks in regards to the audit and the process that we went through? As we wait for Tony to join us. I know there's always discussion about cash policies and sort of how they go. But I think that will start to be less and less of a topic for not just Townsend, but many other communities as cash is pretty much phased out. You're seeing it at sporting events. Other communities are no longer using cash as a payment option because of the cost and the mileage to get to the bank and things of that nature. So,
Is there anything you can wanted to add?
Elizabeth, anything you see from your side as I'm going to throw you under the bus and cold call you for any feedback?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me join you tonight. I'll just briefly go through a couple that are on the accounting side. One is the capital assets. As you know, there's been you guys were going to hire an accountant, full-time accountants, and you had a part-time person. So if we're going to continue to work with you guys, I'll work on this capital asset thing. I've already reached out to Karen's office and asked if they could get the list from Maya. They should have a comprehensive list of all the fleet and buildings and stuff. And I'll start from that and work with departments to see what's still there and what's gone, and we can get that reconciled. The other one, I'm going to go through this, internal control policies. I know Katie started working on this, the assistant accountant prior, to get a manual in place. It's something that we can certainly work with the DOR. They'll help you with putting something in place. There are many of them that are out on the DOR website that instead of reinventing the wheel, we can go grab some that are really good and morph it to what Townsend needs. Stagnant revenue accounts, this is something we look at every year. So the grant that has been completed and may have $30 left, $8 left. There's not a lot of money sitting out there. Trust me, I look all the time to see what can we close out to the general fund to generate a little free cash. I'll do another sweep of that for fiscal year end for 26 and definitely let everybody know what's going on there. The chart of accounts, they bring that up every year. And can you hear me? Okay.
Yep, we got a quick question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
On the special revenue accounts, I noticed that you put them into the VBA. Does that mean that at the end of the fiscal year, what you just said is that they will be swept back into free cash?
It depends on what they are and if that's allowed. I don't see that there's very many grants that need to be returned. And, I really don't have an idea what they all are at the moment. I have to go through the general ledger and see what that looks like. And I'll talk to everybody there And I can present like what my recommendations are and we can take a look at that together.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense? Okay, you're welcome. And then what was the other one? Oh, the chart of accounts. This comes up every year and it's a pretty big undertaking to redo the chart of accounts. And every time I go to set up a new account, I say the same thing. I'm like, God, I wish this was set up differently. So I can take a look at it in fiscal year 27 to see if we can bring it into line with the Roselli's group is looking at, if it makes sense. The trouble with Vadar is you can't merge accounts, so you lose history if you change too much. But we can certainly move forward with the way they're looking for us to do and kind of let the old ones fall off, if you will. That's all I can really say about the chart. It is a pretty big undertaking, especially once you're already very deep into your current chart. And then the police detail. I will work with the police department on seeing where we are with that outstanding balance. It may be something that we have to raise, unfortunately, but we'll get a good number. We'll take what we can and reconcile between the GL and police department. And again, that would be something I'd bring forward to everybody. That's what I have.
Cool. Thank you, Elizabeth. Tony, I snagged him a little bit early, so we got him here joining us, which is great. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, I'm on. For some reason, I had 6:30 in my notes. I apologize if I screwed that up.
Probably me.
No harm, no foul. I was able to jump right on. So I heard Elizabeth talking about some of the comments. Do you want me to just start like right from the top and go through each one like I've done in the past, and we can take some questions as I go? Is that kind of
Yeah, just for your own background, Elizabeth shared some data points from her accounting world, and then Melissa, our treasure collector, shared some findings that she had. So we have some great folks joining us here. So we'll hear from you now.
Okay, super. So this was the I believe the fourth audit we've done for the town, and I mean it's gotten better. The first audit had a few pages of things that have been cleaned up, so it is better than it was. There were a lot of severe problems the first year. I remember the tax recap wasn't in balance, and things were missed on that, and some meetings were missed. So there was some pretty material things the first year. So a lot of what I see here is housekeeping. I see a lot of things, although they're findings, they're things that can be easily, not easily, but they're more, you can put them in a plan and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes I do a management letter and it's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel because the problems are so deep and rooted. These look like they can be put into a plan and fixed, some very quickly, and some, like Elizabeth said, you got to decide what the cost benefit of some of this is. So as we get into it, we can talk about that. So just a couple of reminders at the top of my findings was just cybersecurity. Just keep vigilant on that. You don't want the cyber hacks out there getting into your systems and creating all kinds of havoc and keeping you hostage and wanting ransomware and all that. I read about it all the time. I hate when I see my clients on the news that can't open their systems because they've been frozen by the cyber criminals. So that's just a reminder, just to keep vigilant on that. Make sure you keep your people trained. Don't click on things. Things are very easy to click on because they know what you like to click on. They're already trained to know what you like to click on. So when they send you something, don't click on it unless you're absolutely sure that it's safe to do so. No, Bank of America is not going to call you and tell you the building is on fire. And you got to click on this and the fire will go out. That's not, an email you should click on. So I get those Bank of America ones all the time. If you don't click on this, you're going to lose all your money, or something that makes you want to go click on it. So I learned pretty quick. The first time I called and I said, "Did you send me an email?" No, 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 we don't send those things. I said, "All right, I can ignore that." But they look so legitimate, these things. They got the seal and the logo and everything looks so nice. So again, just good training, good reminders on that. Fraud prevention. Normally, this is like an accounting type thing. You know, you go do your site visits to the departments. Where Elizabeth is off site, it probably falls more to the treasurer to see, you know, what kind of what's going on at the departments. Are you when you're collecting cash, is it in a safe place? How often is it turned over? What are your policies with respect to that? Check your revenues from year to year, just little procedures that can detect things that look suspicious that will allow you to investigate further. So again, that's just a reminder that fraud is not going to go away. It's still out there, and the town should do what it can to prevent anything unfortunate from happening. So having a good risk assessment process in place does help. So so I know I see Melissa nodding over there. So yeah, so that's something, Melissa, that I'd probably put on you because it's going to be difficult for Elizabeth to do it from Florida. But just to go down and visit the departments that take in some cash and say, hey, what do you do? This is like beyond our audit because it's deep, you know, it's deep down in the weeds. We look at the bigger departments. We don't go down and look at the small departments where there could be something nefarious happening. So that's something that, you know, I don't know if you wanted to comment. I saw you took yourself off mute.
Yeah, so I've already worked with one department specifically, and they now have a safe hidden away in a closet, that sort of thing. I've already done that, and I do plan on having like a training for the department heads in one room so that, you know, they can kind of feed off each other with comments as well. So I've been working on that, and I do, you know, when I see them, when they come drop off, and I do have a couple of memos that I've sent out in the past year about, you know, when they should be dropping things off and things like that. You know, they shouldn't hold on to a certain amount of money. You know, they should always come to the treasurer collector's office to bring them to us, things like that. But yeah, great. My thoughts are the same as yours. I've been doing this for a long time as a school business administrator, where I had to deal with that as well. So yeah, I'm just in agreement.
Good. No, that's a great idea to have a training of all the department heads and lay out what your expectations are and what they've learned and try to close that gap. I think that's a wonderful idea. If you need any help on that from my office, let me know. I can certainly jump in maybe on a Zoom type thing while you're having that meeting and kind of do like a quick 10 or 15 minute thing and then let you do your thing. Just let me know. I'm more than happy to help with that
That'd be
process.
great, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Next, since we're on the treasurer, we'll start to look at some of the findings in the treasurer's office. There was one item in the first finding that has since been corrected in the next fiscal year. So there was an $86,000 unknown variance in the bank statements. So rather than holding up free cash and everything else, that's the way everything got submitted to the state. And then it was more of like, hey, let's submit it and then we'll look for it. So Melissa has told me that that's something she's found in 2026. It was some sort of a timing thing. So when we do the 26 audit, we'll be looking for that. And so that is that's that one. There was a short-term debt payment that was made in 25. It was never placed on the warrant. I guess it's been a practice. We've had some of these findings in the past where things get paid without a warrant. That is illegal in Massachusetts. You can't do that. So you have to anticipate when you're going to need, because a lot of these banks and different things take money by wire. So you're going to have to anticipate that, make sure it gets on a warrant so it's approved before that actual wire actually takes place. So I'd love to see the town just do a better job of that. And, you know, in certain times that we found this. And Melissa has told me that that's something she's communicating to everyone involved. So, so that's that one.
Right law, in that case, you don't prepay things. That's just bad practice, especially.
Yeah, but the next one is just the educational assessment. I think in the town's efforts to get it paid by the first of the month when it's due, you ended up prepaying it. So there was probably, you were off a day, so it might have gone through on June 30th instead of July 1st. So just be careful of that because again, the state's gonna, I don't think they did, but they have the right to deduct that from your free cash if you do a prepayment. So, so that was it for the treasurer's office. But Melissa, you've done a nice job, really. When we first started looking at the treasurer's stuff, I think you were transitioning from another treasurer. There were a lot of problems. There were a lot of things that have been fixed. So we have a handful of things that I think can be fixed fairly quickly in your office.
Thank you, Tom.
Yep. So next, just capital assets. That inventory list has been around. Some of the stuff on there is like, says 2001 or something like I know police cruises from 2001 don't exist, the police would not have none of that, so when I see that, I'm like, that's probably not a real asset. It's probably just never got taken off. So Elizabeth, I'm going to send you the inventory that I have, and what you should probably do is send out to the department heads. You know what, I'll even sort it by department so you can kind of send it to who you need to and have them cross off what's not there. And so we can get a pretty good list of what we really own in town. And I think it's yep.
We're also reaching out to Maya to send us their list.
Okay.
Compare, because we might be getting billed for some things we maybe don't have, and we want to make sure that we clean that up as well. Both sides.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Control the inventory. You might be, paying for equipment that you no longer have. It got traded in or got disposed of. So, so I'm going to send you that because we did take over those files, I think, from either Powers and Sullivan or Melanson, one of those firms that was maintaining the files. And I did notice there was a lot of old things on there. Next, I think you've already talked about the policy and procedure manual. It was started. I don't think it's picked up any ground in the last year. So it's just something that's still out there. Is the world going to end if you don't have it? No, but it's always nice to codify what your policies and procedures are so that when you do have new employees that come in, you have some turnover, they have a book that they can follow. So as time allows, I know there's some, a lot of the towns did it when they were getting it paid for by the state through the compact cabinet. They were using the Collins Center to create these procedures. So there might be something you can kind of plagiarize from, just change the names and customize it, but something could already be done.
So
you have your hand up.
Melissa and I actually attended a seminar from DLS of financial policies template. There's an entire handbook that DLS, you basically just have to go through. And so Melissa and I went to that training, so that's something we can look at. It's already all set up. It would just be working with the accountant, the TA, the treasurer collector, gets approved by FinCom and Select Board at the end, and all the policies are in one place, including like a federal funds, everything's in there.
Okay.
So it's just a thought.
Or we could wait a year and go to ChatGPT and say, give me a policy and procedure manual for a Massachusetts government, and it'll just spit it out for us. So,
8 years behind that.
well, this audio, can you guys hear me? For some reason, I cannot hear you.
I can't either.
Oh, there, I can hear Elizabeth. Someone must have. Karen, did you kick the camera when you were getting all excited there?
Our owl still working. Can,
There
Melissa,
it goes.
can you-
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
I'll yell.
Okay, so the next one is the special revenue accounts that I had heard Elizabeth talking about when I joined the meeting. And basically they're small accounts. They're just sitting there. There's no activity. Some of them are gift accounts, some are revolving accounts. Those you can actually sit down with the department heads and say, find a use for these. Where it gets tricky is the grants. Okay. So the grants, you can't just steal because they were there for a specific purpose. You can't say, oh, let me use that grant for this. So what I find is if you do enough research, you might find that they got coded wrong. So if a final report got done on the grant, you have to send in your expenses with that. So it shouldn't be open. That means it got posted to the general fund by accident. If you see that all the expenses didn't get spent on that grant, typically you have to send that money back to the state. So it would be worth just going through this exercise at town hall. Just list out the accounts that haven't had any activity for a while and see if there's a spending purpose for them. And I'm sure the department heads will be happy to learn that they may have a little bit of money there to spend. So that's something that I heard you folks talking about earlier that is going to be addressed, going forward.
Thank you.
Next was the chart of accounts. And again, that's a do we do it, don't we do it thing. Sometimes doing a switch over is a real pain to try to make things efficient. You screw other things up. It's working right now. When we first started putting this comment in, it was really a mess. And you guys were all new to the system. So it was cumbersome for you folks too. So at that time we said, hey, maybe let's just blow it up. Let's blow up the chart. Let's create a new chart and get everyone on the same page. I think you're getting used to the chart that's there. So from my perspective, take a look at it. If it looks like it's going to be a massive undertaking, it may not be worthwhile if you're finding the workarounds to get it done now. And the next time you do some sort of a system upgrade, that might be the next time to address it. But take a look at it. Look at the cost benefits. I think you guys have found some workarounds with what you have. And you're able to get us reports. So that's all gotten better with this, this clumsy system. So that's what I got on that. And then the last item was the police detail. It does look like there's a permanent deficit there. If Elizabeth can find that is not an accurate statement, that would be great, because then you don't have to raise it. But right now it's been there for a couple of years. So I tend to think it's just a permanent type of thing that may need to be raised on the tax recap, when you get around to it at the end of this year. So that's what I got. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't, but I'll defer to the audience member in case they have any questions.
Is this part of the federal fund policy thing?
Anyone in the crowd? For Tony?
Sure, I don't know if it's for Tony or for Elizabeth, but I'm just curious about the requirements related to handling the statements of contingent liabilities, and whether I didn't see any subsequent event statements of contingent liabilities, so I'm just wondering if that's something that applies on the government side as well as it does on the private sector side.
When you say contingent liabilities, can you be a little more specific to the town, or are you talking OPEB and pension, or?
Litigation.
Oh, litigation. Yeah, we sent out a legal letter to see what. So we got a response from your attorney. We won't talk about what's in the letter, but they did send us a response. The items in the letter did not rise to the necessity to make an entry in the records. So we have a standard footnote that says that municipalities are subject to torts and claims and so on and so forth. And you do have a couple of those out there. And like I said, I don't want to get into the specifics of them because it was a confidential letter, but it was addressed, and there was nothing in the letter that said, hey, you folks need to think about making an entry for this particular item.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay.
Anyone else for Tony?
I will just bring it up. It's not necessarily about this one, but we have just started collecting the CPA funds this year. And so obviously there was not included in the audit. Next year, is that included in the audit or?
Yes, yes. So if it's material, it would become its own major fund. So yeah, that would definitely be part of the audit, if that is just going into play now.
Yeah, that'll be enacted as of July 1st. When they'll have a budget, and then they'll start to begin projects and sort of the backroom work, and then review from there. So
FY26, we will have collected some revenue. FY27, we're starting to allocate it.
To spend, yeah. Last time for questions going around the room. Anybody? Well, Tony, thank you for joining us on short notice. The sun's still out. I can see in your back window there, so hopefully you can get outside and enjoy some fresh air. Any other next steps you need from us at this point, or
I don't think Rob's on the line. Do you know, Elizabeth, do you know if they finalized the single audit?
No, I owe him a couple things on ARPA.
Okay. I don't think he mentioned to me that there was anything to mention about the single audit, other than the fact that that we needed a couple of things from the town to finalize that process, but no need to have a special meeting to go over anything in the single audit that came up. It's just a typical single audit, so I'm not too concerned about it. And I think that's the last thing, and then it's looking forward to next year.
Excellent. Well, thank you again for the time. I'll catch up with Elizabeth and yourself if needed for the ARPA details or any documentation. And enjoy the rest of your night.
Okay,
Thank
you guys
Tony.
too. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone.
Take care.
Thanks, Melissa. Feel better.
I'm going to sign off too, everybody. Thank you. Have a great night.
Oh, you all set
Elizabeth.
then? Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, what am I doing? Trying to sign off.
Yep, so those that are here for the audit committee, you could motion to adjourn if you so felt inclined, or we can continue to talk about audit things if you want.
There's a motion made to adjourn
Seconded.
your audit.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You stand adjourned.
Okay, that's your audit.
6:39 PM.
Yep, 16.
Finance committee, I'll entertain the motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn, 6:39.
Oh, my second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, all in favor?
Thank you, FinCom Audit Committee. Take some candy if you want. You can hang with us if you want to be entertained. Or looks like everyone's ready to get out of here.
Light out.
Light out.
I make a motion to adjourn the joint meeting of the select board at 6:39 PM.
Second roll call vote.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye. So the joint is adjourned.
Joint is adjourned. Thanks, everybody, for joining us.
Thank you. Okay, so. Let's get our bearings.
Yeah, we've jumped all around in our wonderful
we have.
agenda. So I believe
We're done, we're all done with 5.
Mhm.
So 6.1 is a come back to. Do you want to try to conclude that now and then go through the rest of the business?
Yeah, we can do that. So I will bring back up on the big screen of 6.1 our budget, the omnibus budget and recap sheet. And I will screen share. Would you like me to start with a recap or the omnibus?
We're doing the current, right? So we talked about the recap, didn't we?
Mhm.
I don't have anything else
Okay.
beyond what it's finding revised, which is what I was looking for. But there's no 20 and 21 town meeting minutes. There is a link, but the link goes nowhere.
Oh, wow.
On the website for 20 and 21, and that's where I need to see. But I have paper at home,
Okay.
so I'll see what I can find.
I'll hold my breath.
So that's the one thing I would.
Are you
look for.
talking about town minutes of the town meetings?
Well, I always look in the annual town report.
Oh, yeah.
And I oftentimes have a supplement if there was one for that,
Mm-hmm.
and I have them all filed because I'm
Of course.
crazy. And, but I kind of think we've been handling it through free cash. I believe there was a free cash article in 2021 because we redid Civic Plus.
But if you signed a 3-year contract, then it would have been up 2 years ago. With 22.
No,
23,
with Civic,
24.
we had Civic Plus before, prior to Revise, prior to our current.
Right.
And we did an upgrade for around $6,000, and then we paid for a year of support. And then there was another year of support, and then we transitioned to Revise.
So it should have been the
Mainly
same.
it was because Civic Plus was becoming too expensive.
Mhm.
And so
But whatever line item that was,
It's not in the
revised
budget.
would have been
I
the same.
know it was in the budget early on. I think we've been operating on free cash for the past 3 years for the website. And I found the town meeting article,
From last year?
2023, May
How about
7th,
last year?
2023. But it was approved, but we didn't do it until the end of 24. So in other words, May of 23, the free cash was transferred, but it was a special article. So special articles get held. Those are the things we're trying to clean up now. So it got held until Civic Plus was paid out. And so it was the summer of 24, when Revise got up, the upgrade happened, and then we had 25, 26. Revise is coming up, is what I'm telling
It
you.
comes up at the end of June.
And
I
you
just found
had
it for you.
3
Oh,
TAs
really?
during that time.
Yeah. It was signed by
24.
Eric. It's $2,400 a year.
3 TAs.
Is that all?
Yep.
See, we went to Revise because it was way cheaper.
That was last year's contract.
So
Last contract.
the payment, there'll be a payment on June 1st of 2026 for $2,400 for this coming year.
That's good.
It's really good.
And that'll.
And where does it come from?
It does not say in the contract.
But because it's 2026, we're still operating in FY 26,
Mm-hmm.
and there are some random assorted funds
So it'll cover for
that
that.
it can be transferred from. So we're good for that.
But it does not have a budget line item.
For 27.
No, it doesn't have a budget line item. We might have to we don't have free cash.
You do.
It's a bill that has to be paid.
For next June, you'll have to pay it.
No.
Because
I
don't
know
you
what you're
pay,
saying.
you pay a year in advance.
No. That June payment is probably through June of 27. Is my guess.
This is year 4 of annual hosting agreement. So to me, if you pay something, you get it for that annual year. It's not the retrospective year, it's the forward year. I have to read the contract. I just forwarded it to you. but-
I think you're looking at July 1st, the 2,400 that you'll pay in June. If you're paying it in June, will cover July 1st, 2027. July 1st, 2026 to 2027, not a year out, is what I'm
Okay.
saying. We're 2,400 short in the budget, bottom line.
Yeah.
So,
But
and
you'll
there's
pay
no line
find
for
it to pay the contract.
Yes, in June, yes.
And then somehow that has to get a
Where
line
did you
item.
find it?
I went to Nelson's and Knox and just typed in revise.
Oh my God.
These are the things that drive me bananas about, this is me being venting on the town. No one tells people where stuff is. They just assume it's taken care
Was it the I mentioned revised?
of. I mean,
It
Who
should,
would know?
should be
That's
in the
what we
omnibus.
know.
Should be in the omnibus.
I know. Even though I'm faulted for knowing.
It should have been in Nelson's budget.
But
Should have been in every budget. If we're paying for a website, which is a recurring expense, it should sit in the omnibus under town administrator, under webmaster.
it's been
In that
handled
section.
through free cash forever. And the article is here, and we went to revise because it was much less expensive than Civic Plus. Civic Plus is a lot more expensive. And overrides weren't being passed, even back when we needed them.
Right.
In 2021 and
But then we have to find money
2022.
from somewhere else.
2022. And
So would that be under the select board budget? Or is that?
the select board is always who paid it and who handled it. Always,
Oh,
since
well
I've been
then-
a selectman. It just hasn't necessarily been a line item. I'm
Should be.
serious, I'm
Yeah,
not
it should,
making
well, it
this
should be, it
up.
has to be listed.
And it's a special article. It's been handled as a
What
special
do we have
article.
for professional services?
for select board,
Yeah.
like $4,000.
We might need that.
Total?
It used to be a lot more. It used to be a lot more. And now it's down to nothing, like everything else, because in order to keep the town running, when an override fails, you have to find places. And we always went to expenses, or we didn't hire people, but we didn't lower salaries after 2020. We just didn't pay increases for 2 years, and maybe 3, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look, but like 2019, 2020, 2021, these things were put in the budget, but they were never paid out because the contracts weren't finalized.
I just have to tell you guys, so
Thank you.
enjoy.
I don't have to look anymore.
I mean, I have to look for where it goes in the budget, but I have an idea, so.
Well,
Breadcrumbs of places.
so I don't have to worry about it anymore. I was worried about it.
We'll assume that if it was $2,400 for this year, it's probably gonna be 10% more for next year, because everything goes up in
See
cost.
if you can find the contract.
I sent you the contract.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay,
Everybody has it now.
cool.
Yay.
So just know that, and it is significantly less than Civic Plus.
It's a pretty good number.
Okay.
So that is a good number for hosting your web page,
So
Okay.
back to 6.1, is there anything else you wanna see within the budget?
That's where we were.
I don't, I think I'm good. I mean, it's you guys who are gonna be dealing with it, I won't be.
It would be your opportunity to look at it, and then if you want any changes, make the changes, and then I'm asking for people to vote and recommend it, because it aligns with your warrant. One, leads up to the other, so
Well, it may align with the warrant, but the warrant may end up being changed at annual meeting.
and that will be 6.7, a budget without an override.
Do you want?
Oh, let's go to that.
Do it. Put that on a motion.
I
No,
think
no.
we need to do the first one first.
I'll
Okay.
just pull up can you just pull up the exact amount so I can motion properly? From the warrant?
And you have the motion. right? 6.1. You got it.
The total is this 28 million, oops, not
Do you want to do the functional segments? I'll just do each of them, because that's where we're gonna present it to the town. That's what we did last year. Is that what you guys want to do? Or you just want to do the total?
Presented by functional,
Segments?
segment?
I thought we should vote by functional stuff.
Okay,
That
do
way,
the,
if
motion.
the override doesn't pass,
We can
you
revote
just
that,
have
just
to
that
re-vote.
Yeah, do that.
public safety item, not the rest of
Mhm.
everything else.
there it is.
Okay.
I value Goodrich move to approve the Town of Townsend fiscal year 27 budget by the following functional segments: general government, $1,766,296.
Do it one at a time.
She is. You
Oh,
want to vote?
You don't
it?
want to do, you want me to
vote
motion each of them? Okay.
Yes, yes.
I value Goodrich make a motion, excuse me, to approve the FY 27 general government number budget of $1,296.
Veronica Kell, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on the general government budget.
Valerie Goodrich move to approve the FY27 budget for public safety at $4,405,916.
Veronica Kell, second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on public safety.
Valerie Goodrich move to approve the education budget for FY27 at $17,227,323.
Veronica Kell, second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on the education budget.
aye. Valerie Goodrich move to approve the highway and streets budget for FY27 of $918,762.
Veronica Kell, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, for highways and streets.
Valerie Goodrich move to approve the solid waste budget for FY27 at $19,700.
Veronica Kell, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on solid waste,
and that is the municipal side.
municipal side.
Just so everybody's aware. Valerie Goodrich move to approve the human services budget for FY27 of $503,664.
Veronica Kell, second. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on human services.
Valerie Goodrich move to approve the culture and recreation FY27 budget of $540,078.
Veronica Kell, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on culture and recreation.
Valerie Goodrich move to approve the debt services FY27 budget at $443,282.
Veronica Kell, second. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on debt service.
Valerie Goodrich move to approve the insurances budget for FY27 at $2,994,864.
Veronica Kell, second. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye, on insurance.
total also? Valerie Goodrich move to approve the, no?
Well, should we or should we not?
But we would have to revote it.
Well, then we would revote, if we had to change public safety.
We're gonna
then
have to
we would
revote, yeah.
Revote the grand total as
Okay,
well.
so the segments
Okay.
are done.
Valerie Goodrich move to approve the FY27 budget for a grand total of $28,819,885 as presented.
Veronica Kell, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich,
Laura Schifrin, aye. Just a side note, on the solid waste, should that say municipal side? So nobody, or has it always been that way and so people just know that's the municipal side?
I just copied what was there the previous year.
What do you think?
I'm thinking we may need to revote, the solid waste. Because it just dawned on me, sorry. The 10,000 for municipal was for FY26, and I just looked at the contract for municipal, and it goes up for FY27. Not significantly, but for example.
Isn't that higher though? Than that?
It was an 800 monthly charge last year. It's 830. Do we have enough? What's 830 times 12? I'm supposed to know this.
Well, 8,000 and then 9,000.
9960.
We're good.
Under 10,
All
right?
We're good. We're under 10. All right. We're good. Thank you. Sorry. It's
Okay.
860 for next year.
I would renegotiate that, but I won't go into that.
Oh, no, please.
No, don't.
future problem.
That's, okay.
Okay.
So we had an outstanding motion for the town meeting warrant that we stopped.
Well, this was part of the town meeting
Correct.
warrant, right? So we
Yes.
just voted this, so I think now.
But it had specific changes and we didn't vote on it.
Yes, we are Article 17, far right column removed, Article 12 something, and Article 6 something.
Well,
And
there's
it was
something
part
about
of the motion.
13, and it was the
But,
word change.
But what I can't remember is whether we voted it or not.
I don't believe we
No.
did.
We motioned it.
We motioned it, we
And
didn't vote it
seconded.
because it was tentative approval of the budget and we wanted to
Yes.
approve the budget first.
That's
Okay,
exactly
so
right.
now we need a vote.
We need to
on
vote it.
the former motion.
Right.
Amend the motions to approve with the edits as suggested.
Oh, we did amend. We
We
did.
did it.
Okay.
I would vote it again.
I would, because I was gonna
We'll
say,
just
I
make it
thought,
again.
all right, I thought we voted the edits. I remember the
You
motion.
did. But I
I
think-
motioned it, but we didn't vote it because we wanted to approve the budget first.
So we
Okay.
could just vote.
Do you want me to make the motion?
Yeah.
I would just as a
Yeah.
good
We'll just
due
vote,
diligence.
I moved to, I moved
picking
to,
up where we left off.
I Valerie Goodrich, move to approve and sign the annual town meeting warrant for May 5th, 2027, with the following amendments: removing the word water from Article 12, removing the right-hand column from Article 17, and correcting the numbers on Article 6. I believe it's right here.
Okay, and I did have a comment about the removal of the tags that are there.
Do you want a second?
Oh, sorry.
You can second that, Veronica?
Second. Veronica Cal second. Yes.
Okay.
The tags are just like our marks for us to see what Adam was writing. For like the final version, there won't be any like text tags from Adam and stuff like that, so.
That say bog, wetlands, and all that other stuff.
Right.
We're gonna have the map, and they're gonna be numbered, so they know what parcels it is. And I thought I was looking at something like that. Sorry.
That's right.
I'm good with it saying tax taking. I'm good with it saying town owned, like the Hart Library, the West Townsend Reading Room. That bungalow is tax taking. Okay, it's not on here. But, I'm good with, nothing about the parking lot or next to the parking there.
I would take all of it out,
Really? Okay,
because then you're not, it's just a parcel. The map, when you look at the map, ideally it'll be wet. It should basically be mass mapper, and it should be the wetlands map. And this is where it's up to the public to have educated themselves on these things.
okay. Okay. You're gonna ask Vicky and Jody, or do you want me to?
Yeah, we'll catch them, either I'll email them tonight or tomorrow and say. "Go get
Okay,
that."
and we'll take a look at it.
Next
If we have
Tuesday,
to meet next week, hopefully we have it next Tuesday and we can look at it.
Correct, yeah, because it would be, again, next week's meeting is just, the only topic is town meeting materials. Nothing else. Fingers crossed.
The board organization.
And,
Okay.
yeah, well, even that could be pushed.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote?
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffern, aye. Thank you all very much about that.
So technically that was 6.1.
Yep,
We've done 6.3.
we need 6.2.
6.2 is the first reading of the Townsend anti-harassment policy, which was in SharePoint
Yes.
and was reviewed by town council and shared with edits laid out. I can read it aloud, or you guys can read it aloud, or you could just,
As,
Do we go to a second reading?
I mean, I don't have, based on town council recommendation, I don't have any changes.
Yeah, I don't either.
this is, this is where the legal beagles come into play, and you let them.
I don't think there's any reason we should be editing that.
You don't, no, we're not gonna edit.
Yeah.
So, do we go to a second reading and have to bring it up again and say, okay, so, we really need this right away. So do we just keep this on?
For next meeting and the one after, and that'll be your 3
Fine.
readings.
Okay, fine. So this is going to go to 428 for the second reading.
Yeah, you can either go to 428, yeah, because it's just acknowledging the second reading.
Yeah,
So.
we're gonna end up meeting, so we can just take that and save a week. We did 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, third reading of the public records policy.
I think that what we can do is a vote to adopt. We don't need a third reading because there were no changes made to the policy.
Is there a motion?
I move to adopt the Town of Townsend Public Records Policy and authorize the select board to sign the policy out of session.
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Veronica Dechai.
Laura Schiffern, aye. 6.6, public relations policy.
Yep, this is work with Capital Strategic Solutions. Sabrina had shared some of the anecdotal information about, we have one policy that's been approved by town council. It's not the same as like the policy that Capital Strategic Solutions needs. So
We have an existing policy.
Yes.
Yes.
And I don't know why but this is, you guys love policies, policy for policy. I would just get rid of all this stuff.
I think I mentioned this last time. If we have to review the personal policy, and I think this is related, we have a social media policy. If we this is another policy we're gonna have to bring to town council if we accept this proposal. And frankly, right now, we don't have the money for a policy if it's already being covered by a media policy.
Didn't we vote last time
I thought we
to
voted
just
to just-
keep the media
Yeah.
relations policy as is?
And
I
get this
thought
up.
we voted that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we're bringing back this one. Because I thought this was on there last time, but
This is the old policy.
Yeah. And I say we know that our personnel policy needs some work. We're gonna have this Capital Strategic Solutions has an own policy that's different than the one that council gave us. And that's just my thoughts.
Okay.
For the moment we have something, this probably goes in personnel policy at some point in time.
I would put this out till like August.
yeah, I would agree with that.
Just
Okay.
get through,
That makes sense.
get through what's on the horizon.
Yeah.
And maybe even with a 5-member board, it's a better thing to have other
And a
cooks in the
TA.
kitchen.
Well, that's,
I
And
mean,
look,
why make all these changes?
If we're revisiting all the personnel policies, this all gets wrapped up into it.
okay,
I'm good.
I'm good with that.
So this is being pushed down.
Correct.
6.7,
We're cruising right along.
just in case.
This is the just in case budget. 7. So I'll share with you the recap sheet and how it looks. Our number changes, it drops down. This is the police override failing, but police still gets their 4%. Because they consider those, the phrase is like evergreen rights. So special town meeting approved that the officers get at least 4% to catch up in fiscal year 26. They would also be assured that 4% in fiscal year 27. The police chief shared with me the facts and figures there. That is on the omnibus. And it matches his slide, which was a beautiful slide too. It said scenario, 1 to 2 and how it all comes together. Long story short, your total budget number changes. Your school numbers stay the same. Your amounts to be raised stay, they're less than the police number, but otherwise static. Here you'll start to see where I kind of manage your funds. You know, you still have this income here, these three, you know, your indirects from water, your indirects from trash, snow and ice, free cash number goes up. So just because I like to play around with the screens, you're at 228 without an override, with an override. You're at 239.5 without an override.
Can you get those side by side or no?
How is,
Not
how
confidently.
could that be?
Okay, all
We
right,
need
so
more
it's
money.
not like it's I.
don't have money.
I see
No, I know that.
HIJ, it's not like if you click on I.
Yeah, it won't.
Oh, not the full
Right.
amount.
With an override.
Yeah, how come it's not that
I wouldn't
plus
do that.
197?
That's all right.
I didn't build these formulas, so I
Because they
don't.
don't get,
I understand.
So
We're out
anyways,
of contract.
you start to see your reliance on different things. The real easy math here is your police increases another $19,000 on the budget. I decreased your town council budget
Yeah.
about $7,500.
Yeah.
And it leaves you with that, again, I'll click over here just because I want to be as confusing as possible. You're left with about 13,000.
And that's an override budget.
That's the
No
override.
override, or with
This
override
is-
passes.
Yep, override passing, as you see here. Override passes. And this is no override. No override.
And so the main changes there would be the police would only be at 4%.
Mhm.
We have less money for town council
Correct.
and we need more for cash.
You're down to $1,800. You link these two together, you're down to $3,200 left for the
But those are the three big changes between the two and that's it. Nothing else changes.
No, go down, tell me about the police cruisers,
left it in the general budget.
but it says sale of properties fund.
Yeah, that's just a typo. It was over here too, I think.
Okay, so let me see the budget under police then, and you're gonna have to bounce back and forth if you didn't put them in the same place.
Let's see.
So you did it with free cash,
Mhm. And I took money away from town council
why?
because
That is-
you don't have it anywhere else.
I think you have to pay for town council, you won't have enough. We're already, this year in the BVA, we've already spent 100%.
Correct.
So it's no policy changes. It's all those types of things that are nice to do.
There are a couple other little nuggets of money out there for year-end transfers. Terrible budgeting.
It's terrible budgeting. It keeps the town running, but just barely.
And it would mean.
I mean, if you have to shred and pay for excess shredding because everybody's taking care of their files, there's nowhere to get the money from for shredding. We can have a bonfire on that field out there.
On the concrete pad?
Yeah, I
We do
mean,
it for free on Earth Day.
oh, yeah.
Yeah,
good
you have to
idea.
bring it down there.
Good idea, confidential files for free at Earth Day, way to go.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
I'm with you.
No, I think we all understand that this is like,
The fragility of this budget.
there's no room for any error.
I think you have to at least, no, there isn't room for any.
None.
But I think that you have to put enough in there for council unless someone's gonna ride herd on people that go directly to council and don't fill out those sheets.
Oh, I think we have
By
to have that. I
policy.
think all of council needs to know, unless it comes from the TA,
It doesn't
they do not,
happen.
even if Sabrina, anybody, it has to go through. But I also think too, we have a little tool in our belt, which is we still have a hiring freeze. And that's the tool that we're gonna use all of next year. We have to. There's no way we can
Yeah. You need
not
to,
have
like,
that.
I mean, I know
Except for in police. I hope you're
Well,
hiring
yeah,
in police.
And how many officers do we have left? Because Jay's still here.
But I'm
How
saying
many-
is that's the tool that we have in our belt. We have to keep it with this type of budget. We cannot.
But having the police not hired doesn't help the other departments. because you're paying overtime in
Mhm.
police and those funds need to be spent
And
there.
I'm just saying overall, I mean, we've already seen it in the past couple months. There's been play here and there, like building administrative assistant, right? So I'm just saying over the course of the next year, at least it gives us something.
We've already sucked that out, though.
I know,
That is gone.
I know.
Yeah, so your point's 100% right, and it would be your wing and a prayer come fall time that the school's assessment goes down, and maybe you get lucky, and again,
And they share?
yeah, and you're
They didn't share
I'm not
last year.
counting on it.
yeah, we're
I know, it's a different school committee,
it's
and I think they've been working well with us, and I hope that continues, so.
it's also this is for residents that ever felt like we didn't know how bad it was. Next year's how bad it is, and people don't understand. The lights have always been on here.
Well,
People need to
that is
understand this is
because-
what needs to happen.
That is because we sucked everything up that we could and sucked up and took out the trash because we had to pay for the schools. It wasn't because, oh, I voted for trash and then I didn't get it. It's because you got the schools, because you wouldn't have gotten the schools otherwise. And so and so it's gone down and down and down. There's nothing here. This is a bad budget. And without the override, it's even worse.
It's balanced. but
And
that's-
it's balanced. It is. And where's DLS, who was gonna come in running and solve all our problems? Didn't come.
Doesn't happen.
So anyway, I just, there's nothing to solve. There is no more money. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
It's there's money in that people pay their taxes, luckily. And if they pay their taxes, this will run. But nobody can spend any additional money, and department heads have to look monthly. I mean, right now, we're over on travel, you know,
Maybe there's
in
a
a lot
spending
of
freeze coming
departments,
soon.
you won't be able to be over on travel.
Good. Spending freeze. You're gonna have to do it at some point in time.
I mean,
For
it's-
certain things.
yeah, I think it's just as of July 1, the drum of how do we get an override passed for a general override passed for this town? And what do people want their town to be? Which side of the saw horse do they want to be? Like promising and opportunistic for years to come, or we want a town that's bare bones staff. We only want our town hall open 3 days a week, and that's all we can afford. That's all we're going to pay for. That's it. This is the residents' opportunity to decide what type of town they want. That's it. We got to leave it at that. It's not. You can't keep robbing Peter to pay Paul every year. It has to stop. And
Oh, I agree.
This budget's a stopping budget right here.
There's no place to go after this.
I mean, at some point, if in fact you're at a freeze for expenses, at that point you have to look at town hall and say we're closing, or you have to lay staff off.
Yeah.
Because there isn't anywhere else.
Yeah.
And people don't see that because, oh, well, town hall's still open, so everything's great. But it's not.
Well, and
it's not because there's money in
And
buckets.
this isn't directed to staff, it's to voters.
Yeah.
Staff is aware of this. This is voter awareness.
this is your taxpayers determining what type of town they want.
Yeah, pretty much that's it. Yeah.
Because it's,
Can I ask, how many police officers do we have now?
I think you have 12.
And what did
Or
John
11.
Barrett say?
So we
he
have,
needed?
yeah, we have budgeted for 15 sworn, and we have 4 openings.
So 11. There are 11.
So 11. So, okay, because John Barrett was here before about the 250th parade and the detail. They need 7 police officers for that detail.
Yeah, we'll work with them. We can usually bring in some regional partners to help with that kind of thing.
Thank you. He'll be in touch with you, I'm sure. Okay, so we have 11.
It's a doomsday budget.
For a
So
7,
it-
But I think we knew that. We knew that.
24/7. We have 11 people for 24/7.
I think
They
we
voted
knew
with
that
their
going
feet.
into the start of the budget, that this was not good. And we all had difficult meetings when the school number was higher of what it was gonna look like. School number came lower, so we were able to balance it. Barely.
And it's why having a TA that's signed for a couple years at least, however it shakes out, you need someone to build the plan and some type of continuity of governance within the building and explain to people what it looks like without people here 4 days a week. I mean, can your town run with a 3-day-a-week town hall? This is your.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm okay with this budget is because I did not feel comfortable on the timeline we were after Nelson left with asking an interim town administrator to completely revamp how everything that happens, because that's what we have to present next year.
Well, that's what we asked Nelson to do in July.
And so that didn't happen
and it didn't
from
happen.
July. So we all knew this was coming and we asked him to start that in July. Our bad, his bad, it didn't get done, right? So now we're looking at, luckily we can balance the budget and this has to start happening. We need to talk about how this gets fixed starting July 1st.
I can vote only for this budget only because my term ends on Monday. If my term didn't end on Monday, I would be looking for that, for change.
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt like I had a really hard time putting that on someone who'd been here, figuring out the right way to change that in a month and a half, 2 months, when none of that work had been done.
It starts with your charter and rewriting your charter.
That takes a
Well,
long
it doesn't
time. That
start
doesn't happen
with
overnight.
that for a
But you
budget
need,
for next
but for
year.
like restructuring purposes, like we know there's handcuffs within the charter. You can't get around. So
And then it has to go to the state before you can enact it. And it took a long time to get back.
It took from 2021 to 2024 for it to be approved.
Yeah.
So then you work with the
And
tools
that's
you
crazy.
have to restructure as we can within the
Within
current
the charter, I think that has to happen first.
your bylaw changes basically.
I think that people have to understand that. I mean, I'm sure that there's gonna be we have to pay more for plowing next year for contract plowers.
Yeah.
However, we will not have the money to pay for those contract plowers
The number's
at the
actually
end
up.
of the year.
Oh, free cash spending it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the year, there won't be free cash, not much.
Probably couple $100,000, I guess.
My guess, less than 200. Because the budget's so tight.
We're gonna play that wager game. Bag of Skittles.
I do it.
King size bag.
It's the only reason I can say that this override fails budget is
Wow.
And for the record, I
possible.
have a hard
And I don't
time.
have to vote on it because it's not until next week that you guys really have to vote on it. It's terrible.
Yeah, for the record, I have a hard time even like knowing that we're presenting that TA salary higher. The reason I'm okay with it is because we have to fix this, and that's the only way it gets fixed. Is
If
this
the
select
salary
board
isn't high enough.
The select
to
board
get someone
cannot
to
fix
come
it.
And stay
Yeah.
for 3
The
years.
select board cannot fix it. The select board, working with the town administrator, can fix it. And if we
Yes,
can't
that's
fill that
true.
position, this just keeps going. That's why I can justify paying more for that
I
position.
think that if you're gonna go with that no override budget, you should look at closing town hall on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to.
Yeah,
I don't think it's.
and all the
doable.
departments get reduced.
Yeah, I think
That's-
that gets
In
kicked to
town hall.
collective bargaining and
Yeah.
the impacts there. So that's a
Oh, so then that's the unions.
But we still need to,
Unless you
Vote
can
on
work,
this
you
warrant.
know, the time in 4 days, you know, you'll still be able to do that, but it won't gain you as much.
Mhm.
but there's a balanced budget there too, so.
Oh, it is a balanced budget. I won't,
Okay, so do you want to
It's
try to
dark.
move on with the agenda? Because we can't change anything about 6.7 right now.
okay.
That's you guys.
Unless
Next
you
week.
want to vote on it if the override fails.
We would have to,
We're gonna have to revote that. Mary's okay.
yeah, we'll wait till that.
I would
ship
wait
has sailed.
until it failed, yeah.
Um,
That way you won't have me voting against it.
6.8,
That too is in my head.
did you discuss approved revision of federal funds policy? Now, I looked at all those papers and I thought that we were told something about a deficiency if we didn't.
Yeah, so Adam and the auditor
Adam's.
were going back and forth on the deficiency. And Adam, you know, he said it's really up to you guys, the board, to decide how you
Yeah,
want to
well,
go.
this is more of a financial accounting thing versus a legal thing.
Mhm.
So that's why I popped that DLS thing in there, because it covers federal funds.
Yeah.
And it's the recommendation of the state.
I would pass that. I would
Up
pass
to you
it.
guys.
The federal funds policy
Yeah.
that Adam approved.
Not that Adam approved, that we were given.
But so,
He said that we don't need it. He said that we don't need it.
yeah. So the one that
Or
we
was it a
approved,
legal thing?
yeah, is different. Adam says we don't need this one, and that one has not been reviewed, right? The one that the auditor.
Mhm. Up to you guys. Again, not something you need to decide today either. Which, again,
Okay.
these type of fund things, this is not town meeting centric.
Season,
No, so,
summer.
Maybe
yes.
Okay.
2035.
I
All
think,
right, just
I really think that's why,
future.
Future.
that's why I brought up the auditor. I'm really sure DLS sets out a financial policy that covers all these things, so
Oh,
towns,
yes.
so towns don't have to seek legal counsel
Right.
for a policy, because most towns are small enough, don't have the money.
Agreed.
But
Agreed.
even if you grab that policy and you edit it for your town, it still needs a review.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course,
but
yeah,
it's not them writing the
Exactly.
policy.
precisely.
6.9, accept lease for old.
So did we
Central
just
fires.
like wave our way past 6.8? Okay, 6.9.
Yeah, that went to future.
Okay, cool.
6.9 is the old Central Fire Station, 8 Elm Street lease.
Yes.
Having worked with town council, he essentially said, if you pull out the date of the header date and then the addresses from the 65 Old Harbor, he goes, you can just put 8 Elm Street in
Oh,
and then approve it, subject to town council's approval, making sure I have the right replacements.
And
date and address.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the only thing that's gonna change, and he's already approved that contract
correct.
or lease.
Correct.
But just town council or also the Fire EMS Association?
Sorry,
It's the same lease
it's the same lease. So
that they already approved.
I mean, this would just be us teeing it up, and if they don't like it, then tell me why.
Okay, all right, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
So you'll give it to them and they'll sign or not, as the case
So I
may be.
gave it to town council already,
Yes,
and you
With the
guys,
changes that he
yes,
said.
and that's
and then
fine.
we'll present it to the fire EMS people. If they don't like it, then it's the same lease they gave us for 65 Old Harbor.
Yeah.
Why don't you like it?
I don't think
Okay,
that's gonna
so-
happen.
So what are we doing? Are we
You're making a
doing
motion to approve.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Motion to approve.
I've voted to make a move to accept and authorize the lease for the old Central Fire Station located at 8 Elm Street as presented pending town council approval and to sign out of session upon received said approval.
Veronica Cal second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Tyler Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffern, aye. 6.10, assign coverage procurement officer. What does that mean?
I don't know. I didn't put that on there, so I'm not sure who,
Neither did I.
Neither did
I didn't.
all right.
Well, guess we can just move past it then.
I think the topic was I was out for a couple days and
Oh,
did you want someone to stamp something while I wasn't here? Or had Sabrina asked for something? Or it's another
I don't
staff
know.
I didn't know, I was
Yeah.
not the one that put it on here, so I don't know, so.
Maybe
but
check them in
since you're
Sabrina.
saying that, was there an
Out
issue?
of meeting.
I don't think
If
so,
there's
'cause
a necessity that we're missing, because I know she keeps track of a lot of stuff that she's actually the longevity kind of for informational
She is.
purposes. And so if this is something that we have to do, maybe.
I don't think so. I mean, again, we're not, pardon the term, saving lives here. Like, someone can be
Procurement is-
out for a couple of days is my.
Procurement
usual
is
thought.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any.
Yeah, we're not heart
need.
surgeons.
We've
you know.
never,
Oh,
we've
assigned
never
coverage
had
for
one
procurement.
before. We've
Okay.
never.
Mhm.
So, okay.
I'm good
we're
with the Passover.
Let's move on.
6.11, town administrator screening committee update.
Yeah, so far we have 13 resumes. Cool. And we've got some people that we're gonna bring into interview. Not as many as I would like, but moving forward.
How many are you gonna,
From
from the 13, how many are standing?
standing, it's
One
still
or
a little
two?
bit, we're gonna wait for one final, we're meeting next Thursday, see what else we get by then, and narrow down 4 or 5. And Pat, knowing we have to bring 2 to the board.
So the question becomes, if you don't interview soon, you might lose some of the people.
Yep.
That you would like to, because, they're not gonna wait forever.
Yep.
Okay.
There are quite a few other communities that have town
Yes, no,
administrator
there's
openings
so many.
Oh, yeah.
right now.
I bet.
It's funny listening to their meetings, because some people are at their meetings and that.
So what's your
They're
timeline?
talking about ours.
What's your timeline for bringing people in for?
Next Thursday is first, and then the hope would be.
Is the first interview?
Yeah, and then the hope would be the week after that for more. Stacy's on vacation, she's a member of the screening committee. Jay and Stacy sent me a little more availability, so we're hoping to have a little flexibility there. But the week, the week of town meeting, probably after town meeting, it will be a good amount, hopefully, for the rest. Just to add that to my week. But yeah, and then the goal is to be able to bring 2 to the board after that.
As an outside observer, I might suggest that all of your potential people, tell them to come to town meeting. It's a gut check for them.
Yeah.
It is.
And it's you, again, because I'll use my own village, Dunstable, we wanted the person who came to the town meeting was willing to just free consult. Or it also scared one of them off. He was like, I can't deal with this. I said, okay.
And that was for Dunstable? And that scared somebody off?
Yeah.
Small towns are different than, like, some of the bigger towns, they have so much resources. Their meetings are just like, bum, 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 bum. And ours are, they're organic, you know?
Well, like,
For
I mean,
sure.
for us, he's like, you don't have an assistant town administrator? We said, nope. And he said, there's not a lot of power in the TA role in some communities based on the bylaws or the charter or the whatever. And he said, I'm good. Don't want to go someplace that can't do anything. So.
Okay, thank you for all that you're doing on that.
Next on your agenda is
You.
town administrator's report. So I did share, I know it was late in the day, so I'll quickly sort of summarize it here for you. We had a nice department head meeting with strong attendance last week. We engaged on the budget and focusing on how to move forward with this kind of a really lean approach. The budget, since I shared with them, was the April 7 budget. Obviously, it's changed a little bit. So with everyone's recommendations tonight, I'll send this out again to staff for their review.
You started negotiations already, right?
With union, correct? Yeah. I also sat down and spent time with Townsend Finance Committee last week. We went line by line of the budget. Some great historical context on the budget. Kathy Spofford is like a wizard, like Veronica, where she found a little math issue. So that helped clean up a little math miscalculation and actually put a little bit more money back into the highway overtime line. It's like $3,500 or $2,500. We've also notified the West Townsend Reading Room's past and current tenants that the building will be taken offline and keys should be returned soon. Sabrina sent a very cordial letter out to those folks. And we're going to find a long-term plan for that historic space.
And some of them have things there that belong to them that
we've been told have been removed. So I will find time this week or next week to go over there to gut check that. Union negotiations.
When you do, I'll go over with you.
Okay. Union negotiations are ongoing with AFSCME's highway water supervisors and clerical. We've shared a few different proposals, more news to come in the next few weeks. A late addition to this, and this will be on probably a May select board meeting, is the police administrative assistant position is being reviewed and benchmarked. The police chief is making some recommendations based on marketplace changes. So more to come there. In regards to pay rates and responsibilities with the role. Spring projects, the town is underway with spring cleanup. That includes some park maintenance, roadway sweeping, and pothole repairs. Departments have been actively addressing the impacts of a challenging winter. Kids Countries have cleanup and some touch-ups to the new equipment there, as well as some basic landscape work. This will allow me to confirm an appointment with the state parkland acquisition and recreation committee, I think it is, with the state to close out that $93,000 grant that we are.
Park grant.
Yeah, park grant. With the increased seasonal activity, I've really asked the staff to certainly tell me where they are and let me know when they're not anticipated to be here. Obviously, with the kickoff of school vacation, I was sort of looking for a few folks, so I will continue to document their whereabouts because I'm missing a few folks that I thought were supposed to be here this week. So just something to be aware of if residents are asking you. Exterior trim work is continuing to be visible here at the town hall. We're realizing with some of the painting touch-up that the glazed window pieces are just falling out. So that is a project within itself. So we're hopefully going to get some extra caulking and ideally keep the budget number down within the painting budget for repairs there. We were awarded a street speed sign blinking light for those that like the drag race at Canal Street. That will be installed with a solar charge and will be maintained by the town for years ongoing. It's not a heavy lift of maintenance, it's more just ensuring the calculations are working on the street sign.
We could use them in a lot of places.
Yeah, and they're free, which is nice. I mean, obviously the maintenance after year one's on the town, but we have identified that though it's 30 miles an hour in town, no matter what, the sign will be saying 30, but if you're going 50 on that raceway, it will be blinking at you and telling you to slow down. So I hope people decrease their speed in that narrow roadway there. RFP wise, we did just complete the bid process for a complete streets program, which includes walkway and curbing improvements. We're working with GPI I don't know what the acronym for them is it's just they're the engineering firm that's representing us as the engineering consultant. They'll let us know who's awarded that grant soon for summer work. We also have a Townsend Affordable Housing Trust RFP out for the sale of a trust-owned parcel, hoping to get some positive feedback on that next week. I have not heard much in terms of activity.
I looked at that RFP. The phone number in it is your land use phone number.
It gets auto forwarded to me.
That's it. Perfect. Okay, good.
Additionally, the Recreation Department, thanks to Margaret Scarsdale's $30,000 earmark, will be having me put a RFP up for the concrete pad for the future National Fitness Court. We have to sort of do that. I know there's been some questions on the viability of it. I certainly don't want to look Margaret Scarsdale in the eyes and tell her that we did not fulfill her $30,000 earmark. So I'm going to at least get that out for bid for a project to be invoiced no later than June 30th, 2026.
Yeah, good.
And that is it.
It's not a long time.
No, but I know a few concrete companies that said, "Oh, that sounds like an interesting project." If they're on the state approved bidder list,
Yep.
have at it.
Yep.
That is about it for TA reports. Within the folder, there was the different information from the police chief in regards to the admin. So more to come there, but that is other background for you, in terms of how that will shake out. So.
Okay. 6.13. Do you have anything? I don't know if there wasn't before.
I did not place anything into that folder.
I have stuff I first off would like to, give our condolences to the family of, late Chief Jack Collins. And I thank them for their service as well as his. And I'd like a moment of silence, please, for Jack. Thank you. I thought we were gonna have a candidates night Thursday night, but I don't know that we are. So that's unfortunate. That, and also would have been a time when somebody who was intending to do write-in for any of the vacancies could have announced. So we don't know who that is or who might want to do that. So I don't know how to have people reach out, except maybe with Facebook or whatever. There's still a number of vacancies that need to be filled. And also, this is Veronica's last meeting, and I just want to say thank you so much for all your experience that you lent to us, that you gave to us. I thought that you were a godsend. In a situation, you know, each person has their own strengths and what they know things about, and your history and your mathematical skills have been invaluable.
Well, thank you.
Okay, and I
I've enjoyed my time serving the town.
No, I just can't thank you enough, really. And the town, although not everybody is thankful to everyone, because everyone has good points and bad points. And when you need to appreciate the good points of the people that we have, and no matter who. And I don't know how we would have done it. I don't know how I would have done it without you during this time. So I can't thank you enough.
Here. Well, thank you.
Enjoy being in the peanut gallery.
I mean, the Townsend Trail Association will be happy to have your hand.
I'm sure.
There's still a lot for everybody to do, you know, so
Yeah.
hopefully we will remain cohesive.
I'm sure you
And
will.
God knows what next week brings.
Nothing but excitement
That's
and
right.
relaxation for you. Or I would have done that differently. But
Okay.
yeah,
I don't see any black binders here, but there is a motion, 6:14.
yes, it'll
Do we
be
have any?
available tomorrow, so sign up
Okay.
a session.
I make a motion to, sorry.
That'd be my last
Payroll,
one.
yeah. I value to move to review and approve the payroll and bills payable warrants and authorize the select board to sign the warrants out of session.
Veronica Cal, second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Value to Chai?
Laura Schiffer and I. Okay, 7. Our
Right.
next,
My last one's next week, so that's exciting for me too.
Is it?
Yeah, we go. Last warrant sent.
are yours videoed?
No.
You're not on YouTube?
We live stream it, so
Oh,
sometimes it's up, sometimes it isn't, depends on the day.
might be raining or something.
We'll just,
Not
you
good
know,
service.
it might just be a 10-minute meeting. We can really go very fast.
Okay, God, I never heard of one of those. We did have a very quick one once. It was just.
We did like a 12-minute like subject, and we were like, all right, how quickly can we do this? And we read up and everything, and we were done in like 42 minutes. And even our TA was like, damn. That was
I do have to say, and this is a logistical thing, so I'll make a point about it, is having all those comments on the town meeting warrant was super helpful to see what council had gone to, what you had said. And I think that saved a lot of time on that review, just for future reference. Because I could sit there for an hour, and be like, okay.
Did you also comment?
Nope.
Because I ended up commenting.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll get the notifications and look at
Oh.
it.
Okay, I like that too. That was great.
Yeah.
So our next meeting will be on Tuesday, the 28th. Time to be determined, but I'm,
Probably 6
hoping for
p.m., right?
later.
Yeah, I mean, because we don't know the availability of whoever will be here, so we probably should set it for not 4. They're working.
I would say that's up to them. I think,
Well, we have to post.
You have to post, so you have to pick a time.
4 p.m.
I would agree,
No,
no, I think 6
I
p.m.
thought, I was really thinking of a later meeting, and do you think we're gonna have executive next week?
I do.
But the agenda itself is not gonna be very long. Well, it could be if we're talking about May 5th.
TBD.
I think it has.
I'm gonna do to be determined at this point
Okay.
and think about it.
Or 5 p.m. I mean, that,
Or 5:30, because actually my original thought was 6 o'clock. So, and not for any reason, not knowing who it is or would be,
We were always
Yeah.
6 p.m. This
Yeah.
meeting early in the day.
well, we've had so much, but we've had, only because of executives. And
Right.
we've been bombarded this last year. Just, whatever.
Had a meeting almost every week. Almost.
5:30.
5:30.
5:30, okay?
Good with me.
oh yeah,
So
freedom.
Okay, and then, annual and special town meeting, May 5th. And that starts at 7.
Yes, yep, 7 o'clock.
And then regular meeting, May 19th, to be determined.
Mhm.
Okay? Because we don't have a clue. All right. Having said that, hi, Laura Schifrin. Listen up. I, Laura Schifrin, move to enter executive session at 7:42 PM pursuant to Massachusetts Open Meeting Law, Massachusetts General Law, 30A, Section 21, for the following purposes.
21A2.
It's not on my sheet.
It will be
sorry,
underneath one.
but I was going there.
Oh, you were.
Yeah. Under section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and contract negotiations with non-union personnel, police chief. Under section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and contract negotiations with non-union personnel, water department. Under section
Water
21.
superintendent.
Water superintendent. The other came out on medical.
That's why I corrected you.
Under section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting law may have detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body as declared by myself, Laura Schifrin, ASME Local 93, Clerical Union, Supervisors Union, and Highway Water Union. And that the board will not return to open session. Is there a second?
Second, Veronica Cal.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Good job.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you, TCAM, and thank you all for joining us.
The recording has stopped.
This discussion is just.
I guess that's the end of that. They turned off their cameras too fast. They need to keep it going for another minute so I can catch the extra conversations. But this meeting was pretty anxiety producing. I'm not real excited, but there were some good points made that the public needs to follow up on. They did go over the budget a little bit. They really didn't go through every detail, but this is this is last meeting before the election, there's going to be another select board meeting before town meeting. And it will be important one. Kieran's also having a meeting, an in-person meeting only. It's not going to be, I don't believe, recorded or live streamed or anything. That people can go listen to him talk about the budget. I don't know. It's not publicized. I think it's next week. I'm not sure I don't know if they're going to tell anybody or if it's just word of mouth. It's not it's a public meeting, but it's not a meeting by a public official. So I guess they don't have to post it like a regular meeting, but I guess you have to go in person if you want to know anything about the budget, or wait till town meeting and ask a million questions. Then it's like, if that's how they want to run transparency, then I'd say just wait for town meeting and really give them hell. But anyway, next week, the select board meeting will be addressing the aftermath of the election, and which it's not the voting for positions that are so important. It's the voting on the override question regarding the police contract. And if the override fails, we still have to pay them. It's not they get the raise only if the override passes. There's a provision. Oh, the override, it's complicated, but even if you don't pass it, the money's got to come out of the budget somewhere. They're going to have to cut something drastically because it was a contract. So, and it's signed. It's not really contingent, believe it or not. So you know, if you either pass it or we're going to have drastic cuts. You may not realize the cuts that are being made out there because they're not very forthcoming. They know, but they're not sharing that information with anyone else outside of a meeting. And even within the meeting, they just talk about what they already know because they got it in SharePoint. So they're not sharing the fiscal condition of the town. They're not even sharing it with the FinCom. So it's really disturbing, but you got to pay attention. And I can't, you know, I can't do it for them. It's kind of driving me bananas. Some of the things they talked about earlier, I mean, we were here for 4 hours now. I have to do something a little after 8, so I got to close this meeting out pretty soon. And just right now, let me remind you, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. You know the deal. Like the video, please. So there were some financial things that the auditors gave a presentation. There were a lot of discrepancies that to me were horrifying. The auditor really played them down, but did seem very disturbed by the violation. There was actually a legal violation, which could actually, if the state finds out about it, they could cut our free cash drastically. And that was a concern that he had. So it's like, we need more supervision. The treasurer only reconciles at the end of the year, not month to month, which you can't do that, lady. I mean, and we can't allow that. I mean, our treasurer is running around with no supervision. And it's not okay. It's just not okay. They also talked about the West Townsend reading room. And I've had conversations with people, and there's a mixed bag of how people feel about the West Townsend reading room it's going to be asked at town meeting to put it up for sale. And I think I'm leaning towards, yeah. They may not be able to because there isn't a clear title. So it may not be able to be sold anyway. But I think at the end of the day, you know, when the select board does things in isolation, people get pissed off. And that's what's happening here. But I think at the end of the day, the best thing to happen to the West Townsend reading room is probably to sell it. Now, that doesn't mean that bad things will happen. That just means, because the Historic District Commission still has to vote on any changes that happen to that building, and they can stop a demolition. So there is history associated with that reading room. And it needs to still carry the significance of the structure, and it has to still look the same. It can't be torn down and rebuilt as a better building. So, and the town can't decide that with a new buyer. The Historic District Commission, as the town representative, would say, no, you need to fix the building. You can replace parts, but it has to continue to look the same. And you can use certain approved materials. And that's fine. And I don't think that's a bad idea. The use can change. And I think that even though it was given by this family back in the 30s to be used as it's been used, but reading room isn't needed anymore unless you're going to make it a computer access center. And that would be the modern definition of a reading room, so that it can be used. But most people don't need that. They can run around with their phones. So the purpose of it has definitely changed since 1938. And the need, people benefit because the rent has been low to rent it for different activities, I think. But I don't know that was all that much part of the 1938 plan anyway. It might have been, but not in the same way. I think that this conversation about utilization can go somewhere else. It's not feasible right now. And even to save the West Townsend Reading Room, there's no money for the maintenance, and that is within the purview of the select board. And there's no money in the budget. And if we don't do a general override, there won't be. So I think selling it, and if somebody wants to buy it, or a developer or a flipper wants to make that, fix it to include the septic into a single family house, I think, that's probably fine. I really think so. But I think that there's another legal hurdle over the next year. I don't think this is going to be approved for sale anyway. Even if town meeting votes to, I think it's perfectly safe for town meetings to vote to allow it to be sold, but that doesn't mean that's going to be sold. That just means we're just giving the town permission to do so. But I think there's other legal hurdles in between the town meeting vote and the actual getting rid of the building. So I think we should agree to this and let the town officials figure that out, because they can't sell it if there's no clear title. That just won't happen. And even the select board, even Veronica Kell said the auctioneers last time, I think that was her, it's either her or Lori, I don't remember, said the auctioneers would not, they've had to take properties off the auction block because their investigations, which they're legally obligated to take care of, there was no clear title in some properties. So this would be another one. And Mary Jane Churchville was at the select board meeting, and she said, we don't have it. There's no deed. So there's probably a problem. And I would go to the bank with that. So I would just vote for that. And also the Hart Library is on the sale, and that should be too. I strongly support that, because by transferring it to a developer, I'm fine to give it to somebody and let them develop it. I think an RFP of some sort should go out to allow a developer to come in and present plans that somebody has to approve that would meet the needs of the town, and that needs to get back on the tax rolls, or not just back on the tax rolls, it needs to get on the tax rolls. So I'd be happy to give away the Hart Library to a developer to do something with it other than tearing it down, and develop it, clean it up. It's a mess. It's really significant amount of work, and it's not ADA compliant and all kinds of things. It's a mess. It is a problem. You have to go in there with a respirator. It's so bad in there. I'd like to go in there, and I actually have a respirator. I need a hazmat suit. No, I won't go in there without any of that equipment. It's that bad. I have breathing problems. I cannot go in someplace like that without a full respirator. I have a full respirator. I just need that white suit thing. I have a white suit, but it's beekeepers. That's not the same. I need a hazmat suit. So I'm going to go in. No, I know. Yeah, I'd like to go in. I don't have a plan to go in, but I think that that's what we should do. And I'll get it on the tax rolls, and and that building is, I think, fixed up. When it would go on the tax rolls, would bring in a nice price. We wouldn't get the sale price because there shouldn't. We just need to get on. Just forget it. Don't think about selling it for what it's worth. It's not worth a damn thing. Let a developer develop it, put their money into it, which they'd put their money into it. It gets on the tax rolls. We'll get $5,000 to $10,000, maybe $20,000 a year in tax revenue from that property. Okay, do you understand that? And that's important. There's either a couple of apartments in there, or they might have some business plan. There's things, but I think an open RFP to allow a developer to present to either the select board or someone ideas that they want, proposals that they have for the building. And that still will take 3 to 5 years to come to fruition. But we need to, it's dying right there. It's going to collapse into the Squanicook. I've been saying that for 10 years. It's been empty, I think 20 or more. I don't even remember. It's got to be more than 20 that thing has been empty. When did we build the new library? So this is BS. So anyway, the other thing that's of importance to citizens is pot, cannabis. There is a citizens petition that's been presented. Select board have no idea what they're talking about. They basically voted against this. They can't stop it. It's a citizens petition, and we have the voters are going to vote one way or the other. The select board doesn't like it. Of course, the select board are the same people, Veronica and Lori, who were against pot way back. So they're going to say all kinds of bullshit to say, oh no, this isn't good. Of course they are, because they're against pot. I don't know why. They're of the age that shouldn't be the case. That's all I can say. I don't use any of those products. I'm actually allergic to it. So, but I support strongly anything we need. Right now, several years ago, there was a contingent of people, which includes Veronica and Lori, who do not want cannabis legal in this town. I mean, you can have it in this town. We can't sell it. Nobody can open a store and actually bring in tax revenue. We need something like this. And people are just going to our bordering communities and getting it and bringing it back to Townsend, and we're not getting any benefit from it. We get 10 times the revenue that Starbucks is bringing in. Come on. But I really, the citizens petition put it through. The only thing that we are seeing right now is the changes to the law, the changes to our bylaws that are part of the petition. But to see it in its total explanation, we don't have. I mean, we can go into the bylaws, which are on the website, the Townsend website, and figure it out, match up what's in the article. We could do that. That's a pain in the ass. I haven't done it yet. I haven't had time. And I know most of you haven't either. But there's a public hearing on May 4th, which is the night before town meeting. It's at the planning board. They're required to have because it's a zoning article, they're required to have, I'm sorry, I'm just looking. I got notifications for something here. Sometimes people text me, I want to know, and they haven't. So but they're going to have a public hearing, and I believe that the citizens petition people will be at this meeting and will explain this. And the planning board will make their recommendations. And the planning board can say, we don't like it, we're going to vote it down. They still can't vote it down. They just felt their opinion. They're going to support or not support these articles, and there are multiple articles. But it still is on the town meeting warrant. It's required to be on the town meeting warrant. It can't be passed over because the select board doesn't like it and the planning board doesn't like it. And I'm not suggesting that the planning board doesn't like it. I'm just saying they could not like it. And I don't know, somewhere along the line, town council is going to review this thing. It might not be until, we might not get the town council's opinion until town meeting, which that's okay, but everybody should pay attention and be open-minded, because the way this is being presented is citizens petition, because the powers that be, these people in the leadership, have been the ones who fought cannabis a decade ago. And we need to get the younger people, not just younger people. I'm old, but I've always been in favor of pot being legal, sold in Townsend. And once we could, I've been in favor of this, mostly because, it's a no-brainer with tax revenue. My only questions regarding these articles is, do they match? Is there any legal insufficiencies in here that would make it, contradictory? And Veronica Kell, of course, brought some things that she thought were contradictory, and that could be total BS. That could just be her way of trying to put a wrench into everything. I would not listen to her if she's out of here. Although she's probably she'll probably show up at that public hearing and put her 2 cents that I don't want to hear, but it is what it is. I suggest everybody either go on Zoom. I'm going to go on Zoom because I'm going to be live streaming this public hearing, but I'll be on Zoom and I'm going to give my 2 cents as need. I might not, if everybody's speaking out. I think I will give my 2 cents just to make sure that the public knows, here we go. I like this, but I am interested in making sure that it's legally sufficient, that whatever the changes are, they are legal, that there's no state laws or there's not a conflicting rule or something. I don't know. I know one of the people who are gearing this up. I just don't know who else is involved. I don't know what sources they went to. A group like this, based on the subject matter, probably has an attorney that worked with them. I don't know that for sure, though. We'll find out on Monday, May 4th. So, but I asked that this is my channel. I talk about the news, but I also give my opinion, which I have my right to do. And I give my political opinion, and I give my support for different articles or different candidates. And in this case, I strongly support the passage of whatever these articles are, with certain caveats, but they can be amended. They can be amended on the floor of town meeting, so don't worry about that. But I ask that citizens come out and support these articles. There's like 3 of them, I think, in order to, I don't know if they have somebody, there might be somebody out there that is seeking to open a store or do some, do a grow. Whoever you are, we need to make it available because we need the tax revenue. We're a laughing stock of the area. Everybody's making money off Townsend residents. Pepperell has stores. Ashby has stores. Groton has stores. Air has a couple stores. And Fitchburg is loaded with stores. And the New Hampshire people even come down to Massachusetts and go to all these other towns. We're losing out on a lot of tax revenue, people. Really, we need this. We really need this. So anyway, that's my story. I'm probably going to do another video before the election. I don't think that there's a lot of stuff. You go back and watch this meeting. I don't know what to think. Now there's a lot that happened tonight. I gotta go. So anyway, yeah. All right. So I will catch you later on in the week. If I don't talk to you, vote in the election. I'm voting for Harrison for both the town clerk and the select board position. All right. But other than that, thanks everybody for being here. I got to go. I really appreciate everybody. I've got another thing that I'm going to be late for, and hopefully I'm not too bad. Okay. Thanks a lot. See you later.